Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Nokia, Finland. Over the next 5 days, 87 competitors will be challenged by two of the world's greatest courses en route to crowning a world champion. Can Evelina Salonen defend her title in her home country, or will someone else's dreams come true? This is round one of the PDGA World Championship presented by Discmania. Defending world champion Evelina Salonen making her arrival. Again, good morning, everyone. Terry Miller joined alongside five-time world champ and Hall of Famer Juliana Korver and four-time world champ and Hall of Famer Val Jenkins. Val, I was just going to say, I feel inadequate here. I mean, it averages to 3 world titles, but it's so great.
A couple.
Thanks. You guys have some to spare, so thank you guys so much. Here we are. It's the World Championships. We're getting things started. How are you feeling, JK?
I'm actually nervous. I'm actually nervous to see how the women perform today and throughout this week. This is something that we've been waiting for. Those of us who've been in the sport a long time, we've been waiting for this for decades.
And Val, we're outside of the U.S. for the first time. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of things on the line. Of course, the world title, history to be broken, records to be set, all of those things. How are you feeling?
Oh, this is so incredibly exciting. It's been since 2017 was the last time I was in Europe, and it's amazing to come back to see what has developed over the years, to see this incredible showcase that UC has put together for us, and to have our world champion be from Finland. Evelina has a lot of weight on her shoulders to defend the title, and I am so excited to see what unfolds this year.
Well, it has been incredible. She's had a very successful year, and we're taking a look back at some of her highlights going back to last year at the World Championships. Trying to close it out on the 17th, able to tap in on the 18th. Her best friend joining there, Henna Blomroos, with the celebration and the world title to Evelina Salonen. And we're taking a look at who has won that isn't from the U.S. And lately there's been some domination from Europe and beyond. Elaine King has 5 worlds coming out of Canada. Kristen, of course, back-to-back worlds. Evelina and Brigitte also picking up worlds. But as we see there, the last time we had an American world champion, that was in the dramatic fashion at the 2021 PDGA Worlds in Utah, where Katrina Allen picked up her 2nd world title. And with that, we are so honored and blessed to have the guy who's been overseas for a few weeks now, getting all the insight. I'm talking about Nate Perkins. He'll be out on the ground for us all weekend long, and excited to talk to him. Nate, here we are. It's the World Championships. Let's start with the weather and the conditions, because it's been a conversation over these last few days. What do you have for us?
Yeah, it has. About a week ago, everyone's, of course, checking the 10-day weather forecast, checking in, and it was daunting. There wasn't a single sunny day of the 10-day forecast, 5 of those, including the days of the competition here. And as the days approached today, the weather radar got a little better, right? The worst day is supposed to be Friday. It was supposed to be 1 inch of rain. Now it's down to 1/3 of an inch, and that's the worst day. So I think that there's a great chance that we've already seen the worst weather of the week come yesterday at the opening ceremony when they brought out the different flags. It just started pouring on everybody, and it's the type of rain when it comes down that it feels like it's unplayable. So really fingers crossed that we don't see that type of weather, because often when the rain comes, the lightning doesn't, there's not delays, and the golf, it just turns into something completely different, right? So fingers crossed that the biggest disc golf event in the world doesn't face that. This morning, scoring conditions are perfect. Humidity is already kind of dropping. Rain, not a chance on the morning and the afternoon, and the wind is down, which is really important for this FPO course. There's a ton of OB everywhere. It's actually one of the courses where the FPO differs from the MPO just barely. It's almost the same exact course. So anything under par today, and I think that you're still in it.
Nate, just 10 days ago, you were on the course and I was in the booth for the final day of the European Disc Golf Festival. And we were speechless probably longer than we should have been during Kristen's, when she lost control of her putter. What was it like being there in person, watching that unfold?
Yeah, that was really tough to witness something like that. I mean, we're so used to seeing Kristen rise to the occasion when the pressure's at an all-time high, and we've never seen context like that before. She was the hero of the country, and the moment was just too big. So honestly, it was sad to witness her go through that. And of course, what we didn't see off camera is she's just crying for, 20 minutes after the tournament's over, just bawling and being held by her partner and by fellow competitors. So tough to see. And I have to agree with you, JK, what you said in the broadcast. Like, it's going to be tough to come back from, but if anyone can do it, it's Kristen Latt.
And Nate, I feel like this world is a flip of the coin. There are a lot of potential winners of this tournament. I can't wait to see what happens. But you're on the ground. What have you heard from the players? Who's sounding the most confident?
Yeah, I've only spoken to a few of them, and everyone is they're taking it a little bit more serious than other tournaments, right? You can kind of feel the breaths are a little deeper this morning. People are arriving to the warm-up area a little bit earlier, and I think that's the thing about the World Championships is everyone is kind of bought in. This title means more than any other in our sport, and you can tell that there's a little bit more reverence for it. So I think that's why it's so hard to win, right? Players treat it different, even if they try to say they don't. I'm out there watching Kristen warm up longer than ever. Holland was out there warming up much earlier than she normally is. So tough to say. I think we know who the favorites are. I think the list is actually relatively short for FPO, right? We got Missy, Holland, Silva, Evelina, Kristen. I think you can throw Ella in there. I think you can throw I think you can throw Silva in there, Owen Scoggins. So the list is short, but FPO is compelling this morning.
Well, Nate, we appreciate the insights, and we're looking forward to talking to you while you're out there on the ground. We'll check in with you a little later, and we're going to check in with Ida Ness. Nice solid putt on hole 2. Off to a good start. So far, 2 under is off and running as our leaders. Kristen getting ready, and when we come back, she'll tee off.
Hedelmää ja rakeita. Mä tykkään niistä toukista. Mä tykkään niistä kaikista. Haribo Click Mix.
Beth at 69.
I just told myself, you got to will this one in there. Whatever you have, just will it in there.
This man is unbelievable. This is what athletes live for. This is the moment.
The PDGA Professional World Championships are presented by Discmania. Reinvent your game. And for a limited time, new and returning Disc Golf Network subscribers can save 15% on a DGN Pro or DGN Standard yearly subscription with the code WORLDSBEST. That expires next week on August 6th, so make sure you get out there, scan the code, and get to it. World's Best, 15% off your yearly subscriptions. Got to be excited about this second feature card that we have coming up here. Hanley, Lett, Gannon, and Donica.
(10:09) tee time. Teeing off first, the two-time world champion, representing Estonia, Kristin Lett.
There's no better reminder to what you've achieved until you get that announcement. Kristin quickly throws on the tee of one.
It was a little on the inside, but it got a nice kick.
2024 United States Disc Golf Champion, Missy Gannon. Teeing off next, representing the USA, Colin Hantley.
Runner-up in last year's Worlds. Holland has been thinking about this moment for a year. Let's see what she's got for us today.
Teeing off next, the 2024 Canadian National Champion, Sophia Donneke.
Very early release into those corner trees.
Good luck, ladies.
Coming back with the second shot on hole 3 for Ida.
She's throwing it over an OB area. She needs to get over those white stakes, but she kicks right OB in the road. She'll take her next shot from that safe area.
And we're going to head back down to the ground and catch back up with Nate Perkins, who's with Phil Delone from the PDGA.
All right, Phil, we still miss you over at the DGBT, but what have you guys got going on at the PDGA? What's going on with the voting right now?
So the voting, we're looking a little light on votes for memberships, but we need 10% of all PDGA active members to submit their votes. So if you guys could just hit your emails up real quick, check your spam boxes, and get out there and vote, that would be great. And then, yeah, now we have the World Championships here in the beautiful Beast course, T of 1. UC's done an amazing job above and beyond with the infrastructure out here. Players are happy, and all 55 new tee pads. It was a big topic of conversation the last 2 years. But these things are amazing. So,
is it the Disc Golf Park turf, or what kind of turf are we talking about?
It's a modified turf. It's not X-Step Pro. It's something in between that they have over here, easily sourced. But yeah, players are happy.
Well, with all the rain last night, do you feel like they're looking good right now? What kind of work went in to make sure it wasn't wet this morning?
Yeah, they actually drain really well. We walked this course about 2 months ago in the rain, the pouring rain. and I had a pair of brand new Vivos, and these things stuck really well. So I think even if it gets really wet this week, players are going to feel safe and confident on the tees, and that's a big important thing this week. So
Yeah, well, the weather radar seems to be getting better and better. Like, what can you guys do with the PDGA to kind of, do you make tee times earlier? Like, what preventative measures do you take just in case there is some lightning and some delays?
yeah, one thing we wanted to do this entire weekend was we have tee times pretty early, especially for those people watching in the States, but we have 19 hours of sunlight in Finland. So we'll do everything we can to get as much holes played, hopefully finish competition, not have too many delays. But if we do need to go deep into the night, we will. There will be a cutoff, but hopefully that doesn't have to happen. So, yeah, we have a lot of daylight out there this week, so we'll push the weather away like the NFL.
Yeah. Phil, thanks for your time. Back to you guys in the booth.
That is certainly some on-the-ground reporting, if I've ever heard it, now that we know everything about the tees, and that has been so much of the effort that they've worked hard out here, as they were just discussing. That was some of the feedback that was had as of even a couple of years ago when we were here for the European Open. And Sophia able to clean up for par.
What a save. Not a great drive, a poor upshot, but a big putt. And I got to say, happy birthday to Sophia. It's her birthday today. Should be a fun round regardless. And that's going rolling down the hill. Is there OB down?
There's not OB there, but it is not. It's going to be a much harder putt coming back than in that first one.
Absolutely. And now she's putting uphill and
Through the trees with a raised basket.
And she's not even going to give it an attempt, as it's in circle 2. She'll pitch up, and not the way Kristen was hoping to get her world started.
What? Also an unexpected thing. That drop off comes up quickly behind the basket, especially because it's elevated.
Hanley also able to get up and down and get the par. Ness with her par attempt is going to put her inside the bullseye, so it looks like a bogey on the third. Silva Saarinen will be teeing off 10 minutes. We'll see you guys there.
We are here. We are one. We will fight. We will fall. We will prevail. From the fjords of Norway to the shores of Spain, from the fire of Iceland to the hope of Ukraine, 30 countries, one voice. Go Europe.
And we've got our NXT bets action coming at you. And here's Silva's daily fantasy position this weekend for the PDGA World Championships. We've got her at 3.5. Better or worse is the question. You can head on over to nxtbets.com/playdgpt and get involved in the action here at the World Championships.
Last weekend was so exciting. Silva had to overcome a pretty big hurdle to take down her first major win. We know Kristen had some putting issues down the stretch, but Silva still kept it together, and it is a big accomplishment to get that first major win.
And I'd like to say that maybe Kristen wouldn't have had those troubles if Silva wasn't pushing her.
Check it in with Jennifer Allen on the tee of 9. High left side, what gets the green flag.
And I would say on this course, they call it the Beast, and it's easier in the front 9. That is the time to get the birdies. And see, Jen is 3 down on the tee of 9. That's really well played. I really like the sidearm here. She can bring it wide over that OB, and with a stable disc, she trusts that it's going to come back. The backhand shot is so much more challenging, especially if the wind starts to pick up.
There's a much smaller window for the backhand shot. The last tree on the right-hand side really comes into play for the backhand. That is fantastic. And then, of course, with the backhand, if you fade out left, the OB line's right there. So you just have to get between that tree and that OB.
And a beautiful turnover. It's going to fade out. It's going to be on the left side, but she'll be safe just outside of the circle. C2 putt coming up for Sophia. Little skip here, and she'll get that just outside of bullseye, trying to erase the opening bogey she had. And Jen wasn't safe by much on this left side.
Are you kidding? Oh, big mistake. Be on that left. She had a pretty wide open shot to the pin.
Didn't have to swing it as wide as she did.
Missy liked it out of her hand, but not enough to get it to drop.
Almost walking it in.
Saying, come on, just fall. That will be back-to-back pars for Sophia to open.
And going with the backhand, I feel like you should expect a par. If you do get a chance to birdie it, I think that's a success.
Big moment for Kristen, just to see how she bounced back, and that maybe is incredibly telling.
I know we started this show talking about Kristen's putting, but I had hoped it wouldn't be in the conversation for at least a few holes. But already hole 1 and hole 2, we're seeing a little bit of doubt creep back into her head.
You know, we've praised Kristen in the past for being so calm and so able to not get emotional about what's going on. If it's going to happen, if it's supposed to happen, it's going to happen. And if anybody could bounce back from the problems that she had, it would be Kristen. But she's got some work to do yet.
And a bullseye hit for Jen, but that'll be a bogey on the 9th. The Finnish superstar Evelina Salonen looking to defend her title at Worlds.
You will be carrying the
side.
Yeah, okay.
If you want.
Okay.
So you choose your team.
Oh, that's nice.
My name's Holland Hanley.
My name is Albert Tim,
and
we use the Easy Cart.
I went with the Easy Cart because it lets me switch back and forth between using the bag and using the cart.
I like the simplicity of Easy Cart. On the longer courses, it takes off a lot of weight from my bag.
I also get the extra storage below.
And it works for the smallest and the biggest bags in the game.
I think the Easy Cart goes for whoever already has a nice big premium bag and they don't want to spend a ton of money also getting the most expensive cart.
Can I just say I agree?
Ditto.
This season, Team Discraft is making a statement, and the message is loud and clear. Discraft, built for flight.
Through 54 holes.
It is going to be an exciting championship Sunday.
Evelina with what might have been the single best drive in the division.
Evelina has been so good at throwing those direct lines.
2024 PDGA Champions Cup presented by Bushnell winner, Evelina Saladin.
The first Available Research Ultiworld Disc Golf Fandom Survey is now open. Now in its 4th year, with many new questions, the survey is better than ever. This is your chance to share your opinions as a member of our awesome disc golf community with questions about players, media, discs, and so much more. Results from the survey will be published in Ultiworld this off-season. The survey is only open for a limited time, so scan the QR code or go to discgolfsurvey.com to take it now and let your voice be heard.
And after a bogey on the 9th, Jen will start the second half of the course. She's sitting at 2 under heading into 10.
Couldn't be a better hole set up for Jennifer Allen for some redemption. A huge drive gets her to the corner and too far. She's OB.
There's a new tee this year. This tee is a little bit lower and much closer, so that OB does come up.
Still have a chance to save par as now we head back to Hanley on the 3rd.
That is short. That's out of bounds.
Kristen going for the second half of the fairway. I like the shape. It just needs to sit down. Oh, and that is smashed.
Easily over that line, way up the fairway.
It's going to be tough to see a better drive than that. So Kristen maybe letting out a little aggression or just trying to find a different style of focus with a drive of that nature. That was incredible.
And it is about 350 feet at least to get over that OB area. So Kristen threw at least 400 to get where she was.
And with that, our final feature card on day 1 at the World Championships.
+9 tee time and the feature card of FPO division. teeing off first, the reigning world champion, representing Finland, Evelina Salonen.
I don't know about you, Juliana, but I get chills. The crowd cheer and then the silence. It's everything.
Yes, absolutely, I do. Evelina
Next
a little
to
early.
tee, representing Finland, Silva Saarinen.
That jet flying overhead, she acknowledges it, but it is a steady distraction. You just know as soon as you release that you've got it online, and gets hung up with those last few trees, but that's a beautiful shot.
Next to tee, representing the USA, Cadence Birch.
Yes. As she gets through those trees just outside the bullseye and putting back uphill. That's exactly where you want to be.
And teeing off next, the four-time British champion, Rachel Turton.
Some good forward progress for Rachel. Still might be in that layup zone.
So that's another strategy to lay up short of the OB, just like Missy did. This is her second shot.
I actually like that strategy a bit because, at least for my distance, there's no way I could go for an eagle if I got across on the first one, which I probably couldn't. But I can still get a birdie laying up.
Oh, man.
Unless you go OB.
OB off the tee shot, now OB off the third.
And Jen still with an opportunity to save par. She needed a long drive here. And I like that she's keeping the OB on the right side out of play in this case. Going with the low penetrating drive straight forward, getting some forward skip. She'll have a putt from circle too, but just avoiding the major mistake of going OB again on that right side. And no putting required for Evelina on the first. Cadence's dad, Larry, on the bag, making the trip over. He talked to him the other day saying he's been having such a great time enjoying everything that both Nokia and Tampere have to offer. Says he's a history buff, so everything that he also took in when they were in Estonia is like, yeah, of course the kids didn't care, but he said as a history buff, he really loved everything that was in Old Town a few weeks ago. Now, I'll ask either of you when we get back to Rachel in a moment about just the idea of being able to lay up on the first hole and not necessarily have those first hole pressures, but first, Gannon slips. And not much progress, and she's safe, as is the disc.
Although she, of course, would like to be closer, she can still get it to the basket from there, so it may not hurt her score-wise.
You're talking about layups, but I feel like where Silva is, being inside the circle, this is a go for it with how good of a putter she is. Oh, just barely in on that left side.
Silva's been asked before about going for putts on baskets that seem dangerous to the rest of the world, and she just shrugs her shoulders and said, "It's not scary to me."
Must be nice.
Yeah, confidence like no other, that's for sure when it comes to her on the putting green. And Val, as you called it, cadence goes long, which gives you the opportunity to putt back uphill at this basket, which probably feels a little more secure.
Especially if you don't hit the basket. Putting downhill, that would have been 50, 60 feet downhill through the trees. Now she still has an open look, and she's relatively close.
Cadence just last night finished runner-up in the putting competition here at the Worlds. She finished second to Kat Murch. And a solid comeback there.
And she has such a calm demeanor about her. It doesn't look like much is bothering her, but I'm sure there's a lot going on in her head of a very big moment here.
At Des Moines, that question was asked her, and she said she's actually terrified. So she just covers it up very well.
They'll head over to the tee of 2. Now we get back with Hanley. This is her 5th on hole number 3, and this is not clean or good at all, as that's going to be short. She'll take at least 2 more to complete the hole.
Yeah, you really want to bring it wide like Missy's doing here. A little bit of an angle. She gets a pretty good skip, but that shot as you approach the green, you want the angle so you can get some more skip toward the pin.
Don't. Does that count? Me it?
Unfortunately, no, Jen. That's not how this works.
What you can't really tell, the basket here is on a ridge. You can now tell, I believe she just hit that stake to stay in bounds.
Not much room back there, but it very quickly comes into play. And as they're making their way across from hole 1's green over to hole number 2, we're seeing everyone get in position. We've got 2 and 3 kind of run parallel to each other here, don't they, Val?
Yeah, exactly. You see, there's the tee of hole 2 back here. So the players are trying to throw. Here's the tee of 2. They're trying to throw all the way to this left side. And now we've got the crowd. So that can make these shots over that OB area so challenging because you have to throw it so high. So now you're really thinking about the angle that you're throwing. You're trying to think about getting under the branches, bringing it back in bounds. Again, that's why I think that forehand shot is just an easier play because you're just trying to throw the height and you let the disc do the work.
When I don't know about you, but I like to pick out something in the distance that I'm aiming at. And it's, if I'm throwing a shot that curves, I'm picking out something before that curve. So now are you picking out the guy in the red shirt?
Hopefully not. That's a target if I've ever seen one.
And the approach is next to the pin. She'll have a tap-in double bogey on the 3rd. Hole 3 currently playing as the most difficult hole on the course in our small sample size so far today. And this is overturned and out of bounds without time to come back. Silva, huge mistake on the 2nd.
Throwing an Anheuser shot low, you get the roll. An Anheuser shot too high, it fades out and finishes off to the left. A beautiful release. This is have enough to come back. Oh, these stakes are really coming into play. Wow. Fortunately, she is able to skip in bounds.
Oh, that would have been such a shame if that had kept her out of bounds. That's early, but it gets under that protected tree.
That's the mistake you want to make.
Exactly.
Complete control by Rachel Curtin. Just at the edge of bullseye, looking for her first birdie. We were all collectively gasping as it came in and nearly hit the edge of the stake and almost stayed out of bounds.
Well, it looked fine in the air to me because it was coming back so quickly, but that stake just about kept it from skipping towards the basket.
Kristen, the birdie opportunity, trying to get back to even par.
And when you're not confident in putting, you have to really tighten up and be very accurate with your approach shots. And she wasn't on this hole, and more pressure on that putt yet again.
She's not taking the time that she normally does to putt. She's not tapping the disc. She's not using her lower body as much.
And Missy will pick up her third par of the round to get started. This will be a long bid for Silva to somehow get the par, and it's not going to be enough to get there. So it looks like bogey coming up for Saarinen. Obi pond that comes into play that someone like Jen should have no problem clearing, but that is a low misfire for Allen, and she'll keep the pond out of play, but that also means birdie not in play either. A C2 look for Burge. Solid. Dead center from 11 meters. Cadence will pick up the birdie on hole 2.
Well, if she is nervous, that putt did not show it. That was as confident as can be. Look at this release. Man, it holds that hyzer line, that beautiful angle, dead center.
No wobble at all. That looked very nonchalant. I almost thought she was laying that up at first.
Yeah, she was just a bit short on it, and it was online. So I'm not upset with the effort. Saarinen for bogey. Rachel with one of the best drives of the day. Picks up the birdie on hole 2. Solid in for par. Gannon is filtering right side. That extra kick out is so huge for her, isn't it?
That's excellent. That's actually what you play for,
Yep.
be on the left, and you expect that little kick off with that berm on the right.
This is a good layup zone where Jen landed, but she does have the power to go for the pin off the tee. Like you said, got to carry over that little pond, and that should work out nicely for the par. You gotta just miss that center tree, and that was perfectly done. I like being on that right side.
That was fantastic.
Ariel Walker with a birdie look on 11. About 12.5 meters, no problem.
Wow. It's not a hole that you expect to birdie, and that's our first birdie of the day. Wow.
And we're going to roll back the Zuka replay to take another look, and she gets it. Nice work. And Cadence is going with the layup option off the tee of 3.
It is day 1, a Wednesday morning, and look at this crowd lining the fairway. It's unbelievable. Right? These look like the final round type of crowd. It can only get bigger from here.
Evelina going big, and that's going to push to the right side and out of bounds.
She just missed her line completely there. She needed to be another 100 feet to the left with that same height and angle.
Looked like she had a lot of adrenaline going and turned it over. I'm actually surprised to see Silva going for the second landing. It's got a good line.
And she just barely clears it. Great position for Silva Saarinen.
And to see this flight of Silva as we saw the shot landing, they strategically left that OB grass just a little bit longer. And so Silva landed short in that OB, but did get the skip.
And it took her just one shot to get over into that secondary landing zone. Fans can use the code DGPT for 25% off your order at oneshotenergy.com. Also explore a wide range of energy chews, focus chews, and voice drops.
And if you guys need any of those, we have them right here in the booth. Maybe later in the round, get you pepped up. Rachel laid up short on her drive. It is still daunting to throw over that OB area, especially with the rest of the whole line on left and right. You have to be very accurate on these first 2 shots.
It's not very windy today, so at least that doesn't come into play. But if there's any weather, then yes, it's going to be especially tricky.
Yes, you have. The slope of this fairway, you have to play that right side, and that was a good approach from Missy on that right.
As you were just saying, so daunting on this hole. Every single shot on this hole you can find out of bounds. First, second, third, fourth, it doesn't matter. Every single shot here has the OB challenge. A great shot from Cadence. Throwing it out to Nate Perkins. Nate, did you see anything in Evelina's drive where she went out of bounds?
Yeah, I think JK was spot on with the adrenaline there, and she's really letting a good one go here. Nice and flat drifting shot. That's a green flag. And yeah, Val is not kidding. This crowd, I've never seen anything like this in the middle of the week for FPO round.
Expect to see the forehand approach, not surprising with the slope of this green and the way the fairway is, but Kristen has missed her mark considerably. That looks overturned down into the left side. That's going to be trouble. if there's any tee shot on this course where power will absolutely reward you, it's this one. Trying to get up there and even have a look at birdie.
So again, tee of hole 2 is there on the left of our screen, and we're playing on the right side. There's that OB line. Silva, again, just snuck right past it, but it's great to be in that second landing zone. You can throw it on the right side of the trees, or you can go the inside route here. And she's kind of going right in the center, fading to the left. Gets past that OB line. It does cut off to the left, and it opens up once we get to the tennis courts.
Exactly. That's what's nice about being where Silva is that you have the opportunity to then fade left and take some of the trees out of it on your next shot towards the pin.
I'm going to take another look.
And we see Silva now going on that left side, and I feel like if you play it too safe, you can get too close to those tennis courts, and it makes that third shot really challenging. So I love the design of this course. There are landing zones, but you still have to be strategic in where you place your shots.
So the approach by Gannon, back with Turton. This is pushing right side, but it looks like it's going to check up just in time. Should be inbounds for Rachel Turton.
Yeah, I would say that would be the preferred route, going out wide to the right. Although it did bring the OB into play. If Rachel threw it a little bit higher, I think she would have been even more safe.
And learning a little more about Rachel Turton. She's from St. Andrew in the UK. Highest rated player there. And she can throw lefty. I also saw that she competed in the distance competition where she finished 5th a couple days ago. So taking her skills over to the long drive. Didn't get quite full power when I was out there watching, but I know she's got it in her. See what she can do this week. Here's Cadence.
That's wonderful. She's in front of those trees. She's got an open look at the basket. She's probably not more than 30, 35 meters from the pin.
Hear Cadence talk about the footing, and these are saturated grounds out here, so there are going to be some slippery spots.
We saw Missy slip earlier.
That was really well done. It is a horrible spot to be down here. If you get into those bushes, you cannot get a visual of the pin.
And what you can't tell is actually a little bit uphill to the pin as well.
Great shot by Evelina. Would set her up for par, but it's going to hit the very first tree. So now bogey at best.
We've been talking about it a bit in the booth before the round of just, Evelina, our defending world champion. Her face has been plastered all over any kind of promotional material for the World Championship, and this is her home country. So there is a lot of weight on her shoulders to make her country proud. And we got the home crowd behind her, but having some struggles here on 3.
That weight on your shoulders can be hard to handle.
She'll have that left for bogey. Jen have the accuracy, asking to miss it. Instead, she hits one of the tree limbs, and she's going to be knocked down. So it should be an up and down from there, looking for par. But that's an opportunity for Jen otherwise to pick up a birdie that very few women, I think, can get at that particular hole. So it's going to be a missed opportunity for her as Silva's short.
We will see how aggressive Silva is on that putt, just short of circle 1. Yeah, with that drop off and the OB line really quickly behind the pin.
And that looked dead center, calm, through her routine as
She
you were
took
just
more
saying,
time
right?
on that one. Yes, that looked more as to what we're used to seeing from Kristen.
That was decent.
I was just going to say, Jen packed her forehand and brought it along, and it works out well on that particular approach.
You got to bring all your shots in your carry-on just in case your luggage gets lost.
Good call. Yeah.
Got to bring everything. Got to be prepared. Rachel, happy with how she played this hole. Textbook, really. Look at this putt. A slight breeze. You see the branches blowing behind the pin. Uphill. OB behind. Elevated pin. Count it.
What's the problem?
It's not scary to me.
Exactly.
And I feel like Silva, she's robotic, but in the best way possible. But maybe she calculated all those things. Dialed it up just perfect.
It seems innate. It seems as if that's just...
This could roll out of bounds.
And it does.
Yeah, so she's opting to re-putt from the same position, which is interesting because she could, of course, bring OB back into play as opposed to going over to the longer putt and putting back uphill. This is considerably shorter, and this time, high left chain, she gets it to drop. I'm not even sure that one should have stayed in, but that's not what she's worried about now. Take another look. High left side chain, and somehow it pulls it back in. That almost feels like a little bit of a gift there as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, I need to thank the basket a little bit for that one. Especially going uphill makes it even less likely that that's going to stick.
They'll have a long walk over to the fourth. Let on 5. This one's off the mark.
Hitting that tree might have actually been good because that was fading down into the next fairway.
Slightly awkward footing for Jen, but she slams it in for par.
And Ida Letamaki is our leader at 3 under. 100% C1X putting. Also converting from C2 once.
As we head into the last 3 holes on this course, they are so dramatic. Let's hope she keeps that back 9 nice and clean to finish the day.
Just a 1 OB stroke. I think they're bound to happen at some point out here, and if you can just minimize those mistakes, and there's a few places like we saw on hole 10, you can go out of bounds and still walk away with a par. There's opportunities to save it, but just minimizing those strokes is so crucial out at this particular course.
Another beneficial tree kick right there. Missy will have a putt for a birdie.
The forehand is a great option on this hole with how the fairway slopes down to the left. Forehand ensures that you're going to keep it on that right-hand side,
And with
as long as you don't get a roll.
Yeah, and with exactly how you just described it, I'm shocked to see Kristen not lean into the forehand on that drive as we're watching Jen Allen find the center of the fairway, and with her distance, she'll have a chance to still get the birdie with a huge hyzer approach on her second. But back with Kristen and her forehand approach.
That was an excellent shot right there.
And a good bid, but not quite enough for Missy Gannon. And we're going to take a look at hole 4. This is one of our Zenny flyovers, and Zenny is eyewear for everyone, where fans can use the code DGPT for 10% off your order.
There's a very specific route. You need to go straight down this fairway. There's a little bit of a left to the right to the shot between these two trees. If you can miss this tree on the right, that is excellent. And if you or if you turn it over too much into the berm on the right, you'll likely get a kick back into the middle of the fairway, which is perfect. What you don't want is to fade down the hill on the left into that rough. It's going to be almost impossible to birdie if you get into those trees over there. No matter where you are, it's a tricky second shot as the basket is still pretty protected. We still have the right down to left slope of the green, and you can see that there's not a lot of grass around this green, so there is a potential to skip around the basket.
And we mentioned how they took a long walk to get to these next 3 holes. I feel like that these holes should have a name. I feel like you're getting down into the trenches. These are very sloping fairways, very much to think about. So cadence goes on the left side, the right side of the middle tree, and oh my goodness. That's an incredible shot. She's about here on the course map, so really good positioning.
Rachel going to the forehand. And that is going to be low and not, well, it does get some forward progress. I was expecting it to check up and stop.
There is not out of bounds on that left-hand side, but there is a lot of danger over there.
And Evelina leaves that so far to the left, but that worked out beautifully.
I didn't know there was a line up there. That is an exceptional shot.
I'm sure she was holding her breath as soon as she released that so far to the left.
Well, you know, but this is basically her home course, so there are going to be lines that she knows that the rest of us are unfamiliar with.
Local route. So Jen's at the top of the hill here, and the fairway starts to slope down all the way to the pin, and that is way too early. She wants to bring that out wide. She needs to be way clear of those trees.
Not everyone can get to the pin from where she was, but that's going to be a missed opportunity because that was just a simple hyzer out and around to get all the way to that green as we watch Hanley not connect. Now Jen will have an approach where she's going with the standstill. There's one tree deep, and it sounds like she hits it. And she'll be at circle's edge.
The basket, however, is right on the edge of a decline down.
Confident putt from Hanley coming back to save the par.
Rachel is throwing back uphill and doesn't get herself back into the fairway and gets another roll. We're now seeing really how this elevation on these next few holes can really come into play. And it all fades down to a lake, which is actually to the right of this tee pad here.
Kristen not quite getting over the top of that. A little early. She does filter through the trees, and she probably will have a look at the basket through those leaves.
They have even landed inside the circle now with Hanley, who slips. A big slip, kicks off to the right side. And all things considered, seems like she still will have a chance to get up and down from that left side.
Couple of options. You can go straight up the gut over the bush on the left, or you can go wide right.
And she goes right up the middle. And that's the tree you were hoping you'd go hyzering over had she gone off to the right side. So
I think it's still a good second shot. It would really take a perfect shot to get to the pin from where she was.
Yeah, I don't think most people are standing on hole 4 thinking of a birdie.
What luck to land between these trees. She's got a full run up and an open shot to the pin. I think she's thinking birdie. Oh, but a high release and into those bushes.
And from down there, that's just a blind toss up and over. Oftentimes we'll see an overhand shot, a tomahawk, forehand, whatever it might be, thumber, all sorts of options. Pancake, whatever you want to call it, but you're basically throwing to a spot. You can't even see the basket sometimes when you're tucked down there.
And you again have to think about how the disc is landing when you're throwing some kind of crazy shot you don't throw all the time.
Yeah, especially after seeing Rachel roll twice now.
We're going to throw it out to Nate Perkins. Nate, do you have any eyes on the look that Rachel has or possibly what Cadence will have?
Yeah, I actually don't have a great look. I saw it go into the bush, and yeah, it's a tough lie. Those bushes have just grown over the years. I'm trying to get a beat on Cadence's shot. I don't have a great approach at the moment. There's so many fans in the way. You guys go ahead and call this.
All right, well, Rachel does find an opening. She's back far enough that she wasn't pinched up against those trees and bushes, so she'll have a long look to save the par. This is such a drive by Evelina, and she's going to throw it away by not penetrating all the way to the pin. You expect to see a low line drive, get the ground play, come in 30 or 40 feet short, as you guys talked about. Very hard ground right there, and you can kind of just let the ground act as your brakes. And that one was released high.
Whoa. Another early tree hit from Missy. And she still has a lot to deal with to get up to the pin from where this lands for her third shot.
And that was dead center tree. That wasn't just, oh, I barely nicked it and just slightly missed my line. She squared it perfectly.
So you might be wondering what the heck happened, but there is a left down to the right incline, and so that makes your run up a little bit tricky. The course is playing hard today.
And then the standstill misfire by Missy Gannon, struggling on the 6th. And Cadence actually doesn't get all the way into the bushes as I thought she did. So she has a relatively open swing, and she'll take that.
I believe she actually hit a tree that was above the bushes, kicking her back out into the short grass.
Late branches might have helped slow it down, but the question is, how much did it roll? And we're hearing from Perkins that it's rolled outside of the circle, so looking at an obstructed 12-meter putt. Hanley, right side. Again, you can come in 20, maybe 25 feet short and just play the skip up to the pin, but you have to avoid the tree.
Yeah, you have to get into that bottleneck.
It's got to have a lot of speed, too, because it's pretty uphill.
I'm guessing neither of you will be shocked to hear that hole 4 is playing as the third most difficult hole on the course. It's averaging 0.62 over par.
To me, when I played these 4 holes down in this lower area, they were just so challenging. It was a different mindset you have to make.
Halfer.
It's a good bid for Jen, again, with that drop off behind. Nice aggressive putt.
Uphill, 12 meters, and tickles chains. Urge for par inside the circle.
She has so much power behind her putt, but what I love most is that extension that she has. As she releases, her arm stays up that extra moment to ensure that her disc is released on the right line.
Hanley's third. And right at bullseye's edge, so it'll be a bogey on the 6th. Gannon has been struggling on the 6th as well. She's looking at a double bogey. Ida throwing her 4th. And finds the green on the 16th. What a sigh of relief as trying to close out her round. Kristen obstructed. Good bid off the top of the basket. And this is for par. So impressive considering she had an OB stroke earlier on the hole and still escapes with a par. Very impressive as she'll head to the 17th, sitting on a 1-stroke lead.
And you know Finland's proud to see 2 players from Finland at the top.
Again, and still with work to do for double bogey. And that one's in. Continues to drift to the right. Short.
Just watching this hole makes me nervous as a backhand thrower because of that slope down to the left. Just a misfire, a missed angle. Don't release it on the right height. You're down the hill. And that is a park job from Evelina.
We're going to roll our Zuka replay, take another look from the catch cam.
And I love how flat this disc comes out of our hand. If it had more of that Anheuser angle that could hit the ground and roll really quickly, but instead it just skips and continues forward.
This hole's 102 meters, it's 335 feet, but it plays less than that as it's slightly downhill, so Evelina threw a mid-range there to keep it nice and flat so she didn't get the fade left.
And we're seeing 3 of the 4 drives way off to the right side. Is that just all about respecting the downhill slope that's on the left side that's so punishing?
Yes, I believe that's the case.
Latamaki throwing on 17. And that's pushing right side OB, but gets a tree kick, kicking it back inbounds. Not sure if it was going to have the out of bounds result, but either way, safe.
So now we're heading back uphill. The slope is now down to our right. That's a beautiful shot from Kristen playing that left side. It is trouble. If you hit early, kick to the right, it is so challenging to get back into the fairway.
This hole plays adjacent to hole 4, which we just saw, going in the opposite direction.
Pull by Hanley and a very favorable kick back out to the fairway. There's nothing but danger and trouble off to that right-hand side. Missing some of our usual suspects in the top 10 right now. Missy Gannon struggling. We just saw her with the double bogey. Kristen off to a very slow start. And we just saw that tee shot by Holland.
That worked out really nicely. I'm glad that she had that straight window to attempt. I thought she had to go for more of an Anheuser line. With that stance, it would be very challenging.
She played that fade into the green beautifully.
And this hole is still very daunting, but as they continue to manicure and build up these courses, I really like that they've built this platform for where the basket is.
The platform's pretty small. It's only 3 or 4 meters on both left and behind, so it's easy to hit that and then skip off and fall down the hill.
Let Tamaki a decision to make way out in circle 2, and it looks like it's ultimately just going to be a pitch up. Understandable. You don't need additional risk. It's tough to tell just how much that slopes downhill and to the right. All right. A lofting putt that Heiser's back to the basket and in the chains. And Evelina very nonchalantly will pick up the birdie. It seems like she could care less about that.
Well, maybe that's the way to not make the moment seem bigger than it actually is.
That was rough. That looked pretty much dead center, downhill, good pace. Her and her dad just shrugs.
Look,
like
there is a speed at which these baskets can catch, and that was
Yeah.
just a little bit above it.
the shrug of the shoulders by her dad, though, I think kind of says it all. Like, kid, that was a good putt. You did what you had to do. Just didn't stick. We feel you. She'd like to take a chainsaw out of that basket right about now. Rin.
Again, Holland got so lucky off of that tee shot. It's a standstill from the fairway.
Letamaki heading to the 18th, directly behind our booth. Be excited to watch it all unfold. Hannah Blomroos just about to the halfway point, and she's on hole 9 at the moment. And excuse me, that was Letamaki laying up on the 17th. Firm putt from Blomroos.
Yes, that is the line. Set herself up for another birdie here.
As we're seeing holes 5 and 6, I want to throw it out to Perkins for a moment and talk about the distances, Nate. They're both roughly 100 meters. Are these two holes that are just great birdie opportunities for our FPO players?
I think they're both pretty tough, actually. Historically, they've been pretty hard for FPO. I think this first dead tree on the left makes you have to throw such a straighter shot. And Cadence is doing so really well, just with a little bit less pace than Evelina, and she's going to have to make an 11-meter putt if she wants her birdie. But yeah, I see so many players release early, hit that dead tree, and that's what we saw on the previous feature card, and caused them a lot of trouble.
Silva will have a clean uphill look. Curtin's hoping there's enough time for that to come back, and it does.
To see 4 players get through pretty cleanly off of this tee pad is a rare sight. Usually you see somebody hitting one of those early trees that are lining the fairway.
Hanley with her third.
No, that's down the hill.
She thought it was going to be down the hill. There's a huge drop off to the right side of this basket. But she gets hung up early. So at best, she's looking for an up and down to save bogey.
So Henna, another big thrower, has to think about that OB long, but you do want to try and get to the corner of this fairway.
She may be challenging it, just as we saw with Jen. Perfect.
Exceptional.
Essentially throw that shot again, and you should be right there for the putt. strange look for Silva.
Basket way uphill from where she is.
Yeah, that was at the back of circle 2 and easily needed at least 80, maybe 85 feet of power, even more.
Yeah, the basket's at least 10 feet above her.
I'm not trying to do any math here, JK, all right? Like, I'm not going to bust out her Pythagorean theorem or anything. But yes, as you're saying, definitely power required and still uphill for Cadence. She is just at the edge of the circle, though. This is a C2 look. Not uncommon that what we see from Cadence is dead center and 100% on point, or like hole 1, just missed entirely. And it's kind of interesting. It seems like she's more comfortable sometimes with those comeback par putts than she is for some of her birdies. And we saw some of that at Des Moines.
Well, she's, 100% a spin putter, and she takes that back foot beyond 180 degrees behind her to open up the area for her arm to come through. And there are a lot of things that could be off on that. So I'm actually very impressed with how often she is perfectly on line with that putt.
There was just so much angle on the release there from Evelina. And although she got saved earlier in the round from those left side chains, that was just too steep for the basket to catch it.
Obviously frustrating to watch her on the previous hole hit from the back of the circle very nonchalantly, and then to step up to a putt that's a third of the distance. And that one is off the mark for Cadence, and that's going to go back down the hill. And she's going to be at 8.5 or 9 meters coming back up now. This will be for bogey.
On that first putt as she was lining up, I was saying in my head, I hope she's not scared of the basket after the spit out on the previous hole. Still a long putt coming back for bogey.
To avoid disaster, Cadence in for bogey.
It's difficult to take the deep breath and not let the anxiety build up too much, and that was very calmly done, hitting dead center.
So after 4 pretty good drives, unfortunately, no birdies are collected. And they're a third of the way through the round. Pierce on hole 16. Page comes in at 2 over. And almost throws it in. What a shot by Pierce, hitting the bullseye.
We'll have a bullseye putt for the eagle.
You don't get to say that too often.
Not very often.
Hanley still with work to do. Worst possible mistake. Well, maybe going down the hill would have been worse, but the hill will still be in play in the drop off, even on her next shot. Kristen is going to keep it low, trying to get it to stop right at the basket, and it'll do just that. Hanley struggling mightily, though, as we go back to Henna, throwing her second on 10.
She needs to throw this out wide, and those light posts can really come into play if you bring it too wide and she gets through even past those last few trees. Well done. just inside the circle. And the sun is coming out, you guys. The sun has broken through the clouds.
Nate, we've seen a number of conditions, but this is the first time today the sun's coming out. How's it feel out there?
Yeah, first time all week, and Evelina's kind of pulling on this right, but it's going to find that right side and not fall down the hill. Over the last couple of years, those bushes have kind of thinned out, and I'm looking at her disc now. She's going to be able to shape a forehand through there. Yeah, the sun's out, guys, but the scores are not feeling too great right now. Second feature card just really felt the teeth of hole 7. Energy is not great on this card. All right, Silva's throwing nice flat to hyzer shot, climbing the hill. That's going to be perfect position. She'll be able to throw the putter on the left side.
Pierce for eagle, the tap in as she cards the 3 on the 16th. To see that creep up into the left. That extra little kicker squabble away didn't help her, but still center of the fairway.
And like we mentioned, a very steep drop off behind the pin, and Holland thinking too much about it, obviously. A very smart decision to lay up. Missy, and that is what happens. I mean, Missy looked very confident going for that putt, hits metal, but that's the risk right there.
And look at all those trees.
Yeah, even the approach will be obstructed as she comes back. Lammers for birdie. Just barely short, but it sits down. She'll have the tap in par. And hoping to clear over, and it does. Short putt to close out her round. And everything we talk about on the right side in the hill, we just saw happen to Missy Gannon, and I know we kind of discuss it frequently on this particular hole, but it can be so punishing. She actually wasn't as bad as it could have been. It could roll another 50 or 100 feet. Ida to close out. And what a round, a 4 under 62 to open up the World Championship.
And I gotta say, finally bringing the world over to Europe, we're gonna see a lot of new names that we might not recognize. You know, some players that maybe only play in Europe, maybe only, play big tournaments every once in a while, maybe the European Open, but now they have their chance. The World Championships has never been closer, and so it's great to see a new name at the top. Really great save. I think very fortunate that Rachel did have a window to punch through to get back to the fairway.
tap-in birdie coming up for Kristen.
I would say hole 8 there is one of the easier birdies in this little stretch. But still, elevation on that putt can be tricky.
Excellent control, that reverse pivot from the rough.
And that's a great bounce back.
Bouncing right up to the pin. And you want to be close. You want to be in the bullseye on this basket because it sits on top of that little knoll. Okay, some great drives.
Evelina will have about 100 feet left. Bombers trying to go over the pond, attacking on the 11th and not far from skipping it in. A great drive. She's inside the circle. Shannon's first birdie of the tournament. Kristen will get back to even par, picking up her first birdie. Unforced error from Turton. Not much forward progress. And Rachel making use of one of the course assets. Perkins, we see a couple of different colored stakes out there helping our players out. Do you know the distances on them?
Yeah, yellow is 50 meters, red's 100, blue's 150. After the mistake, Rachel's going to throw a great shot right there. This, as we just saw, this is a really dangerous green, maybe the most dangerous green on the entire course. And this shot from Cadence coming up right here. This is really touchy, right? You want to get close because you don't want to putt, but obviously you can't sell the hill, so ton of touch required here. Oh, it's a little fast. That's fast. It needs to slow down. Oh, and that's gone. It might have hit flat. I don't think it's rolling, but it definitely cleared the hill.
And that's a huge mistake. You know the risk. You need to land 20 feet short at minimum to skip up to the pin. Leave yourself very short. Let the disc work its way to the pin and leave yourself with the putt short of the pin. You don't throw past the basket or enough power to get past the basket.
You're right. And if you put it in the ground before the basket, it's going to slide on that mulch. There's no grass to catch it up.
And there's that branch. It was here when I was playing many years ago, and that should force you to throw it low, keep it low on the approach.
Lamrus with an opportunity to tie for the lead at 4 under. We've seen some firm putting strokes thus far, but just like on the previous hole, on line but short.
But I'm encouraged that both the misses that we've seen have been online.
Exactly. And she knew it right out of her hand that she didn't give it enough. The last putt was downhill. You can understand being somewhat tentative. That one was completely flat in terms of her stance and position to the pin. Kristen, big advantage having the forehand on 9. Can she do it? A couple of skips and a roll. And just barely inside the circle. Trying to pick up back-to-back birdies on 8 and 9. Cadence back uphill.
That was just so extremely uphill. Sure, challenging to get the height, but she makes it over the ridge with something.
Light left side, but in. Rachel's in for bogey. Silva, who really had the least amount of challenge and problems on this hole, will walk away with a par. And a bogey for Burge.
Is it safe to say that we've never had 2 Idas in the top 4 at the Pro World Championships?
Yes, I think that is very safe to say.
Really going out on a limb there, Val.
Yeah, I mean, look at all the flags next to these names. Some great representation in that page 1 of our scoreboard here, and we scroll down and we're starting to see some of our bigger names that we typically see at the top. Katrina Allen, Missy Gannon tied there in 39th place at 4 over. Holland just above him at 3 over. Paige Pierce at 2 over, finishing up here on hole 18 at the moment.
Yeah, it is very early, but to see some of these names with so many struggles, and you mentioned it at the top of the show, Val, it feels like the birdies are easier to come by on the front of this course. So that may be a testament of some of the challenges that they're all having out there, knowing that the back half doesn't get any easier, and they've already kind of dug themselves a hole. But a great shot by Salonen on the 8th. Sarnen clears the hay bales, and she too will have a look for birdie.
Hole 8 is the shortest hole we have on the course, just 72 meters, but it is so far uphill it feels like you still need a driver.
I'll even double down on that. It's actually going to be the shortest hole that we'll see at all of the World Championships between the two courses. Shortest hole tomorrow will be 272 feet.
And with the addition of the hay bale short of this basket, you want to throw it higher. You can't leave this one short and skip up. So like you said, throwing something with a little bit more power and speed is going to give you that birdie putt. This is low. Yes, catches the hay bale short. She's going to be outside the circle, putting on this naturally elevated pin. Holland just seems to be missing her lines today. And because she threw that center of the fairway instead of a couple hundred feet to the left, she finds OB right.
Katie Tate for eagle, and she too will pick up the 3 on the 16. So a great stretch here so far as she's looking to close out. The birdie on 15 and the eagle on 16.
What were you saying about the birdies being difficult here in the back? I mean, I guess I said it too.
Kristen not able to convert.
Still looks tentative when she's standing over that putt.
So after playing hole 3, they then walk over to this section of the course as we're watching Silva. As you were saying, Val, they play 4 through 8, and then they'll walk back essentially over to the tee of 9 as Silva's in for birdie.
And we did miss, but Kaden ended up laying up, being short of those hay bales. Did not want to bring the risk into play on trying to go for the birdie putt. Everyone else on our card is looking at birdie.
Turton able to convert. Evelina also picks up the birdie. And Burge will be in for the lone par. They'll make a long walk to the 9th. We'll watch them tee when we return.
What's up, guys? This is Ezra Robinson. I'm here to show you why I use the Disc Raptor and why it's probably my favorite bag accessory I've ever had. This thing is fantastic because it keeps your towels from getting muddy, and it's super easy to wash. You can just throw it right in the washing machine. It's got that turf in there to really grab that mud. Go pick yourself one up at discraptor.com. I use mine all the time. I love it. Can't recommend it high enough. So.
My buddies and I just helped grow the global disc golf community. Check it out. We got our favorite shirts at Quirky Goodies, and a percentage of the sales proceeds go to the Paul Macbeth Foundation. They build great disc golf courses all around the world. I picked up 3 shirts for myself. This one's my favorite. Hey, if you're like me and you're always looking for a discount code, use this one, JoMizPro15. That'll give you 15% off. QuirkyGoodies.com. Buy a shirt, make a difference.
Has your game gotten stale?
Bro, I'm so done with this game. I'm shanking all my drives. I'm missing all of my putts. Even my discs think I suck. Bro, your game is trash. God, dude, you suck. You're trash, bro.
Yo, bro. You're looking a little gray. Try some color. Thanks, Ledgestone.
This is the Ledgestone finale. 10 days of massive drops starting August 6th. Add some color to your game. Visit shopledgestone.com today.
What's going on, guys? Hold My Bag just launched the greatest disc golf fantasy game in the universe.
Hold My Bag just dropped the best fantasy disc golf game the planet has ever seen.
I want to tell you guys about the newest disc golf fantasy game on the market.
One of my favorite parts is the Hold My Bag. This is something that we started doing, and it's actually a lot of fun.
Let's send these boys back to the lobby. Get on. Oh, Grandma's got a hot kettle for that tea bag.
How did you get so much energy from a candy?
One Shot is no ordinary candy. It only has 4 grams of sugar, and the nootropics help prevent jitters and crash.
Grandma, do you think I could try one of those One Shot energy chews?
Oh, sure, honey. But if you come for the queen, you better come correct, Sprout. I'm the OG. Got it?
Got it.
Level up your energy with One Shot. Grab yours at oneshotenergy.com today.
Hallo, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them.
Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Welcome back. We're on the tee of 10 with Kristen. That's going to go long. And just like Jen Allen, she's gone deep and out of bounds. She'll have an opportunity to save par, as she has just fought back to par for her overall score a moment ago. And that's a line, I guess. Are you surprised by that, as I am here, Juliana?
Yeah.
What? And why is she not throwing a forehand? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, I mean, she's played this course so much, so
yeah.
she's got great control over both spins. There is a line for the backhand.
Now, no surprise to see Silva going with this line and executing it as she has inside the circle. Got a 5-meter putt. Lamrus on 12.
And this tee shot brings that elevation into play, slopes down to that left side, and Henna with a nice anhyzer keeps it up on the flat part of the fairway.
Take to the tee of 9 with Burge.
You really have to rely on your disc to do the work to find that path through those trees. She got hung up on that right, but she stays safe.
I feel like she might have turned that one a little bit too much, and maybe hitting those trees was a benefit. Does look like it's starting to come out of the turn, but
Yeah, it looked like a roll of the dice with how that was going to finish. So maybe she'll just have to be happy with that hitting and kicking inbounds. And we're moving into a totally different section of the course. We'll check in with Nate Perkins about the ground play and everything else in a moment. First, with Jen Allen. And doesn't want any part of running at that birdie look. So she'll concede and is looking for a par. Lamrus, an opportunity to go after the green on 12. Again, this is a shot that only a few players in our division are capable of getting to this pin in 2. But you got to find the line, and that's not it. Very careful to find inbounds at some point here. And she's going to leak it to the left side. The big mistake you can't make there is throw it out OB to the right and then have it never come back in and essentially be throwing from the same spot. So it's easy to understand being tentative and then just going short and left. Cadence.
Wow. That was a great run, just short. Like dead center of the cage.
Perks, what are they experiencing out there for ground play or footing or any of that out there?
Yeah, there was a section of the course, 3 through 7 or so, where I think footing was a problem. Grass was slick. We saw Missy hit the deck, but right now, grass is calm. Evelina going to step up to this. She's been putting pretty well today, and she airballs that right. Had to go to the straddle, looked uncomfortable from the get-go. And Silva's going to step up to an unmissable putt. For her, at least. 4 meters. Buries it. conditions, though, Terry, that it's scoreable. I mean, I'm shocked at some of the scores that we're seeing, especially from that second feature card. It's about as calm as you're ever going to see it here in Nokia. Evelina, good for the comebacker.
And both Turton and Burge will tap in for their pars. So just the one birdie coming from our final feature card. And Ida Nesse off to the left side. Oh, it looks like it's found the fairway, and she'll have a short putt just inside the circle.
Keeps it nice and low. There's a low clearance here, but the land slopes a little bit uphill and off to the left, so you really have to control the landing angle of the disc.
Kristen with an opportunity to save the par, but she really doesn't give it any bid, and she'll concede and pick up bogey. So just 2 holes ago, she fought her way back to par. She's had a very slow day overall, but now she's going to go back to 1 over. And Perks, we're taking a look at the overview around holes 9 and 10, and it looks obviously it's wide open out there. What's the wind doing for our players?
Yeah, so relatively calm, but when it does blow, it's blowing out of the south, showing us the slightest tailwind left to right. A little bit tailwind over their left shoulder, and that's why we saw Janelle and Kristen kind of continue straight and find the out of bounds deep.
Yeah, and I'll double down on that. When I was out here filming the doubles that we saw on Saturday, Silva was standing on this tee, and she looked back at Simon, and she said, I've never thrown from here. I'm not used to this spot. And that's what we were talking about earlier, that's why maybe we're seeing some of these mistakes of them going too long, because this is just an unfamiliar tee in having this new shorter spot for them to throw from.
It used to be that the left OB line was the one that you had to worry about, because not many people, actually I don't think anybody could throw too far long. Now half the field can throw too far long.
Exactly. So just still learning one of the new tee shots out here, and this is just inside the circle for Ida. Count it. Trying to get back on track as she gets to 2 under. Hanley with the jumper. It'll be for bogey on the 10th. Hanley goes to 5 over, and also on our card we have Sophia at 5 over and Missy Gannon at 4 over.
And Silva is keeping this very safe. Short of that OB line, turns it over. And I feel like that's where most players were throwing with that longer pin.
Yeah.
You can, if you have the power, you can get around the corner, and that gives you the best visual to attack the pin into.
And this is going to be long.
In that landing area, if she were to land about 30 feet short of that, it does slightly go uphill. You would hope that it would slow the disc down, but that you're a little elevated on the tee shot, so your release is going to be higher. It's tough to hit the ground. That looks great. She's on that hillside, should be looking straight down the pin from there.
Perkins, would you expect to see maybe them disc down in future rounds just so they're not bringing that long OB into play out here on 10?
Yeah, I don't get the driver play from Evelina right there. I don't know what best case scenario is with the 12 speed. So I would think you go 9 speed or even slower and just throw a pure hyzer as Cadence did at the wide tree.
Yeah, I am shocked to see that as well. As we're taking another look at Evelina. I mean, if it hooks up and it goes left, yes, of course you're getting it closer to the pin. But either way, you're probably talking about an 80 or 90% drive on the second shot regardless. She can get there.
Well, exactly. She doesn't have to go around that corner.
Yeah.
She still has the power to get to the green.
Yeah, you should just avoid bringing that long OB into play whatsoever.
Right, and the second shot, when it's coming back, it's the side hill helps you, and it's should be a lot easier to stay in bounds on the second shot.
Trying to make sure she clears the pond, and easily does so. Bullseye hit for Gannon. Missy trying to fight back. She's sitting at 4 over at the moment.
This is really an incredible drive. It is such a challenging hole with OB lining the fairway and then, of course, that pond at the end. But if you want to keep this nice and safe, you have to bring it out wide to the right. And again, those light posts can really come into play and keep you OB.
Does this have the right line? It does. And it was hunting the basket for a moment. I thought it looked a little inside, but not at all. Holland is unsure. I was going to say, I don't think she loves it, but she should.
Yeah, she appeared to not like that shot, but it looked great to me.
And now this is so far right that this is not in play for Silva to go after this for birdie. She's looking to get up and down and safe par.
She's 125 meters away. That's 411 feet.
Stop moving.
This is a tempting shot to go for. Very risky if you don't land it in the correct position. She keeps it nice and low with some angle, and that stays nice and safe.
Oh yeah.
Smashed.
Wow.
That'll set Henna up for a birdie look. A nice big secondary drive, but now we're back with Rachel throwing her second on 10. This is wide. It has the time to come back, and it does just that. A perfect shot by Rachel Turton.
Was it me, or did that just look effortless? She was just so smooth on her release. It almost looked like she was laying it up, but she had plenty of power. She's going to be putting for birdie just inside the circle.
And you said it earlier, Val, these light posts can come into play, especially on a shot like this when you're pinched up against this right side OB. She would love to be throwing essentially right where that light post is. And she's going to have to keep it a little straighter. Oh, and I like that. A chance to save par.
Bit of a dangerous putt, looking down at the basket.
Let with a birdie look.
I am not liking the odds at the moment. I mean, with nerves likely to come into play as this tournament continues on. I mean, right from the start of this round, Kristen's putt was off. And it's tough to gain confidence after we know what happened last time in Estonia at the last major. And Kristen hit one putt today that was solid, a lengthy putt, but other than that, a lot of misses.
I was going to say, and even with all of those misses, the crazy thing is to see her just at 1 over. And I'll add, of course, hole 1's putt was bad, but then she got punished even more so because of the position. Away the chance to even par, but the putting has been a struggle here for sure.
And when we talk about Kristen, the ceiling is so high. She has risen our expectations so high for what she can do, and we just see all. This is just ideal. She's looking right down at the pin. She can see the line she wants to hit.
I'm not sure I would have said it was possible to see the basket off of your drive, even with the best potential drive. That is so far through that gap.
Hanley will get to 4 over. The birdie pickup on the 11th. That's her third of the round.
Going back to the staggered stance right there and studying the straddle.
I was thinking within her struggles of her just kind of wavering back and forth between her two different putting positions. Something to make note of. And Evelina will convert. A great par save for Evelina after going OB off the tee on the 10th. Somewhat textbook par by Saarinen. And Rachel Turton picks up the birdie. Her third of the round. She's now under par. After an incredible drive, she's had a solid approach. Can she convert? Henna's putter fails her again.
Oh, wow, guys, it looks like we have some breaking news about the world of disc golf.
Our top story tonight, Discount Disc Golf is offering premium disc golf discs for as low as $5.
2 million% more people are playing our local disc golf courses due to finding out they can get brand new discs for $5 to $7.
Things are really hot down here at the scene, but still not as hot as the deals on DiscountDiscGolf.com.
Discount Disc Golf released a statement saying that while everyone in this video is fake, the deals on DiscountDiscGolf.com are very real.
Progress. It's momentum made visible. A constant push towards perfection. Moment by moment, frame by frame, we're building towards something bigger. The time-lapse was my first 12-speed driver, but I knew it could be better. So we went back to the lab, tweaked the feel, the flight, and now it's what it was always meant to be. That's progress. Introducing the retooled time-lapse from the Simon line. No limits.
Welcome back to our round one action at the 2025 PDGA World Championships presented by Discmania. Rachel Turton, tee of 11, and tap in birdie coming for Rachel. Literally underneath the pin.
This hole's 101 meters. 331 feet. So definitely reachable for our competitors. So much OB on this hole. Silva gets past the bottleneck and the fairway does open up. So even with that hyzer flight, she stays safe. Big shot from Evelina. Oh, but she doesn't get it far enough to get around those birch trees short of the pond. She is also safe.
A good kick that doesn't find the pond in this case. She was certainly holding her breath for a moment.
You know, the pond is very small, but boy, it's all you're thinking about when you're throwing the shot.
It's just in the perfectly wrong spot.
Exactly.
Right? And she'll have a low ceiling attempt for birdie as Cadence comes up short. Let's take another look at Rachel.
Being first on the tee is daunting on this hole, but Rachel steps up and finds that gap through the trees. It's tough to see that gap from the tee, and the way that those trees are lined up, it just looks like you're throwing into a wall, but she hit the gap perfectly.
We certainly have an OTB shot of the day contender right there on 11 as we're watching Kristen tee on 12. Good distance, but I love the forehand tee shot here just because it brings that low left side out of play. If you keep it clean, you may not get all the way up the hill and get in position for birdie, but you're gaining strokes on the field just by walking away with a par on hole 12. So I love that tee shot. Just gotta look. And not much of a bid. I was worried about a few of these branches. Looks like Cadence will step out to her left, a little more open stance or straddle stance than normal, just to give herself a little more room.
She seemed heavy on that left foot, really didn't get that forward momentum like she needed toward the pin.
Sarnen picks up the birdie. That's her third in the last 4 holes. And Silva goes to 3 under par. Just 1 off of our leader.
And again, bringing up the conversation of putting. We saw it last year. Evelina didn't make every putt in that final round, but she still won the world title. But for me, it's all about the confidence, and you need confidence when you're putting. And Silva got the momentum from the big win in Estonia, and she looks very confident today. Never a doubt behind her putt. Not much of a putt there for Rachel. walks away with a beautiful birdie.
That'll come up short for Kristen, so maybe an aggressive bid remains for the long birdie look. But this is Kat Murch with her second, and Kat Murch will have an eagle look when we return.
Now that Hauk Design has landed in Europe, I can see that this is a start of a whole new chapter, getting to design courses on properties that are unlike anything we've ever done before. And we are very excited about doing more in Europe.
This is your choice. Live a boring disc golf life or unlock perks of the inner circle like early access to drops and free monthly discs. Welcome to the secret. Disc Golf Society. Join the inner circle now.
Golf isn't the kind of game to be dominated. A lot can happen out there, but your own confidence, your own self-belief, it's just a matter of how much passion and love you have for the game. And I think a lot of these older players, they have the severe passion and love for this game, which propelled it into where it's at now. And I'm so happy to be out here today and watching all these elder statesmen compete on the final day of the World Championship.
Saarinen finds the chains. She gets it. This is Silva's 8th birdie today. Oh my gosh.
What a great shot.
And your first time major champion, Silva Saarinen.
Welcome back. Kristen with a long look. She's outside of circle 2. And hits off the base and kicks to the left by a few feet, but should be easy cleanup for par. Amrus pushing left side. I like the line, and it's because it's a bullseye hit. A perfect drive coming from Henna. So we'll take a look at our scores. Quite the mix of flags and countries represented there, Val. I know it's been something that you've been especially excited about seeing here so far today.
Absolutely. And we see Kat Merch now coming into that tie for second with Silva. But how proud Finland must be at this point to have 3 players in that top 5. But it's not our current and reigning world champion at the moment.
Is that 5 or 6 different countries in the top 8? Anybody's worlds here as Katrina Allen has a look on the 14th. This is from circle 2. What, 11 and a half, maybe 12 meters. Slightly different routine than what we're used to seeing there. But it's in for birdie.
Yeah, you can't question it if it works. But yeah, that is extremely different just to see how she's lining it up with that Anheuser angle where Katrina is known for that big swooping hyzer putt.
Yeah, and it seemed like the rest of her motion was pretty similar, but it was really all about the setup that looked different, and that was interesting to note.
It's like a Sarah Hokum.
Yes.
Lining it up Anheuser, but then releasing it very sharply on the hyzer line. A nice clean shot from Rachel. This is a challenging tee shot because you see how those bushes are lining the fairway. Then when you get farther up the hill, you have some low ceiling to deal with. And these backhand players are throwing it on the Anheuser line. So that height is so important. Again, we're talking about so much elevation on this course. If it hits too low, it can roll down into those trees. Too high, you're going to hit and drop. This disc really needed to work, and Evelina hits that left-hand side. She should be close to the edge if she's not on the fairway.
I feel like that was another missed line, though, off the tee, and she's normally leading the field off the tee.
And hopefully that punched through. That pine tree is really large and the really long branches, so it can be tough to get out from there.
And able to put in for the birdie. And we're blessed to also have Brian Earhart out there doing the work this weekend, and he's catching up with our clubhouse leader in Ida Lehtomäki. Take it away.
Joining us now, first interview of the World Championships, Ida Lehtomäki from Finland. 4 down, opening day. How are you feeling about that starting out the tournament?
I'm feeling really good. Only had 1 error on hole 4, but otherwise played really good.
The 1 error turned into a triple bogey 7. Yeah. What's tricky about hole 4 and what happened for you out there?
I feel like my drive on opening drive was pretty bad. It was right before the Mando, and that was kind of hard to continue, and then it just got to my head, and that's probably it, but I recovered really fast, so I'm proud of it.
Well, you played the European Open 2 years ago in 2023. Compared to 2 years ago, how different of a player now are you?
Well, I feel like my mental game has gone way better. I would not have recovered that fast from the hole 4 2 years ago, but otherwise I feel like my throwing I can throw way longer now, and accuracy is way better, but otherwise kind of same.
It makes a lot of difference throwing long at the Tampere Disc Golf Center.
Yeah.
Talk about that course and what's your strategy tomorrow.
I really like Tombre. It's you gotta hit your lines to score. So I feel like at training rounds, I really did hit my lines. So I feel like I'm gonna be scoring good.
Well, Ida Letomaki, great start to the tournament. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, and congratulations on a solid opening round. And we will certainly be seeing her play tomorrow. The big drive, just not enough. It gets hung up on the right side. That'll be OB. A chance to still get par. She'll throw from the short side and be able to get up and down and still walk away with a 4 potentially.
Silva really had to deal with the low ceiling. I feel like it comes into play so much on these second shots where you can finally see the basket and it requires so much power. It's tough to get the distance. Oh, and that is a helpful skip for Kristen. She left that very low, but that extra skip gave her at least 50 more feet.
Kat Murch has some work left. This is for par. Errant second shot leaves her here inside the circle. Well, of course she's going to make it. She was just crowned putting champion last night down there in City Center. So Kat Murch able to walk away with a par on the 17th. She's sitting at 3 under. Could potentially become a co-leader by the time she wraps up hole 18.
And I was actually standing next to Kat as just moments before she accepted her medal after winning the putting world championship. And she goes, I get a medal. I get a medal. And as excited as you would expect a Kat Murch to be. But here are finalists. A lot of champions have already been crowned.
Yes, some of the extra games that took place leading into the Worlds, as they have for many years. And lots of solid action, including the mixed doubles that I'm not sure was on a lot of people's radar. Obviously, Ben Calloway has been playing a lot of great golf lately. Chandler Ray is relatively new on the scene just in the last couple of years. They teamed up at the last moment and registered and barely snuck in and ultimately came out with a one-stroke victory. They shot 13 under on a modified best format at this very course. So we'll see how they do this week, and congrats to everyone we just recognized on that screen. So we've seen 2 really good drives get into position, but neither were able to capitalize. A slip by Kristen here. Does she get enough? And yes, she's there looking for birdie. So that's the best approach that we've seen. Low downhill run up with a low ceiling. Not too surprised by that result?
No, this is a hard basket to get close to.
After going OB, Henna has to take it on the shorter, safe inbounds area, nestles it right under the basket. Pretty routine approaches for the group, making that upshot not look as challenging as it can be. We see those trees lining that left-hand side. We're going to switch over to the next hole, and that is the trouble area. You can see a lot of players. You really need to avoid that chunk of trees. It is very thick. There is a steep incline. You do not want to be putting from there. And there is a lot of water, as you can see down on the left. Most of it is safe.
Rachel in for the par. Hole 12, as they're wrapping it up, right now is sitting as the 4th most difficult hole on the course, averaging nearly a half a stroke over par. We've seen very few birdies here throughout, which is not entirely surprising. In fact,
and there it goes for Evelina down the hill. I didn't think we would see this area after such great approaches, but Evelina just completely misses the pin and trickles downhill. And
I'm guessing it's going to be brutal. Nate, are you still at the green? Do you have any eyes on where Evelina went?
Yeah, it went pretty far down there. There's no OB down there. I don't think she's going to consider re-putting, but I don't think her next putt is makeable.
It has been nearly a decade since I played this course, but still the nettles are in my mind. There are so many nettles down here in this area, and if she catches a nettle and is trying to make this putt, that's going to add some extra challenge.
And she's pitched out very quickly. You can be within 5 meters of the pin and barely be able to see the basket off to this left side as we take another look.
She is one step outside that bullseye, and to miss as big as she did right there, knowing that it drops off, that you're going to have an obstructed putt coming back, that's just a huge mistake. This isn't much different from the putt previous. And it's in this time for double bogey.
We've talked so much about putting woes for a number of our top players, but I don't think any of us really expected to see that hit today. I think that was thinking that would show its ugly face as the pressure became stronger later in the week.
And as we're taking a look at some of our projected favorites coming into the weekend, you look at Evelina, who's sitting now in 31st, Holland tied for 35th, Missy tied for 31st along with Evelina, all over par. We know that our leaders are at 4 under or pushing right around that mark. At least one clubhouse leader at 4 under at the moment. So the bar has officially been set, and now it's just a matter of can you stay close here in the early goings. As we're looking at some of the pre-event odds. And just barely missing that left side tree. Rachel Turton's going to have another good tee shot. That's going to ultimately be similar. I just talked about hole 12 being the 4th most difficult. Hole 13 is the 6th most difficult hole, averaging .26 over par. See if Val can give us some perspective of exactly where they're landing.
Yeah, this course map on that right side just doesn't show the elevation, as we see Evelina get way down here as opposed to everyone else who hit short on the hill, landing about 100 feet short of where Evelina will be. You get much better perspective being just past and over the hill. You can see the pin. You can really dial up the line to hit that upshot accurately to get the birdie.
A great tee shot, a very solid approach, and now an opportunity for Kristen for birdie on the 13th. She pauses and ultimately drains it right into the center. Let's take a look at this form here, Juliana.
Well, I like that she's back to her straddle. This is where her comfort zone is. She does the pre-routine like she normally does. She's not rushed. She brings it through nice and smooth. She doesn't look tentative at all. So she's got a clean release right here, which is mandatory for the spin putt that she has. It's all about hitting that release point. And if you're tentative at all, that's the part where things break down.
And knowing there's a drop-off behind the basket didn't faze her whatsoever. And you can discover the difference at Disc Golf Deals USA with pictures and scaled weights on every disc and same-day shipping, rewards on every purchase, and expert reviews. Your game, our passion at Disc Golf Deals. Back with Cadence, throwing her approach. Short left side for Cadence.
Being that short off of the tee shot, you need to throw a more straight second shot, really push that backside tree line, and the elevation will bring your disc back to the left. It'll bring your disc back to the basket. From where they are, they can't throw that hyzer line and get the distance they need. Well, Rachel Churton, one of our distance finalists, maybe she can. Again, just so smooth on the release. It's so much power. It's incredibly impressive to see Rachel throwing today.
And she was kind of close to that tree on her run-up. I was worried that that was going to be in her mind or potentially in her follow-through. But she was still able to put a lot of power on that shot and put it exactly where she wanted it.
Not a surprise. We'll see Silva going with a standstill. And she will match the effort of Turton's. In fact, skips over the disc and just barely outside of the bullseye.
That is such a swoosh.
Silva impressing her card mates as well.
This is wide. But with her power, not a problem to attack the green in terms of the distance. The question is, how comfortable will she be doing so? And Kat Mertz trying to close out on the 18th. And that will be deep. And we'll see if it filters down. She'll have an obstructed look, but that is for birdie on the par 5. Kat Mertz, our highest placing American at the moment.
Evelina really needs to take advantage here, and she hits the trees on the right, brings it just too wide, and that's going to be a long putt to try and get a birdie.
From an equivalency standpoint, that's like putting a putt to 4 feet and missing it. Like, that's how good that tee shot was. And then to throw it away by missing the approach is just as bad as missing a short putt.
That approach is relatively wide open. There is really nothing in the way, nothing that should be in the way, especially for someone with her skills.
Big thanks to our friends at Flight Factory for our drone coverage. They're offering profile photos. They got all sorts of pictures and everything else out on flightfactorydisc.com. You can find the exact disc that you're looking for. And also, they have a discount code that we're going to get to you guys. But wow, they're giving us free shipping in the U.S. and $5 off for international shipping. Just use the code WORLDS25 or at flightfactorydisc.com.
Great birdie for Rachel. It's such a fun hole to play that if you're not getting the birdie, you're disappointed.
Well, it's also just gorgeous, especially when you round the corner with those burgundy birches right at that elbow. You turn around and then you see the basket framed by that Y tree. It's very stunning.
And it was perfectly framed up for Evelina as she misses that approach and drops in for the par. Not helping the situation to catch our leaders.
Silva getting 4 of her last 6, now a co-leader at 4 under.
The momentum that Silva is riding on after winning in Estonia, it really can build the confidence, and what great timing.
That
Huge
was
miss.
At least 10 degrees offline early.
And Merch converts on the birdie, and look at the finish by Kat Merch today. Couple of birdies along with the eagle.
You can have a great round coming, but once you get to hole 16, the pressure really starts to set in. Henna has to hit the island.
There have been 3 eagles so far today.
Amrus looking to join the club. Henna will have an eagle putt when we return.
If you design, if you test, if you manufacture, there is only one technology partner you need. TriMet Group is the leading provider of design, engineering, and manufacturing solutions for thousands of companies across North America and Europe. Innovation starts here. TriMetGroup.com.
Stuff like that. Everybody thinks a swing and cat.
We get it. You want to improve your game. You want better scores, higher ratings, more distance, pinpoint accuracy, consistent putting, and even a stronger mental game. The Power Disc Golf Academy has helped tens of thousands of disc golfers improve in every aspect of the game. And now it's time we do the same for you. During Worlds only, new members can get the first year of their membership for $19.99. But this offer ends as soon as the FPO World Champion is crowned.
Putter Pouch Sling, one of my favorite new products.
Holds all my putters, my cell phone,
Pencils, mini, anything you need.
You can detach it, put a sling on it, use it as a little hit pack when you hit the pitch and putt. 3 discs, throw it over your shoulder, off you go.
Inside or outside the court, let's go.
Putter Pouch Sling, keep your favorite discs on a quick draw.
The first Available Research Ultiworld Disc Golf Fandom Survey is now open. Now in its 4th year, with many new questions, the survey is better than ever. This is your chance to share your opinions as a member of our awesome disc golf community with questions about players, media, discs, and so much more. Results from the survey will be published in Ultiworld this off-season. The survey is only open for a limited time, so scan the QR code or go to discgolfsurvey.com to take it now and let your voice be heard.
Ella Hansen throwing her second on 16. This looks wide. Does it have enough? It does. And it's going to be underneath the pin. I think she was holding her breath, as I was.
I suspect so.
Every player is holding their breath.
Yeah, exactly.
Throwing over all that OB to try and hit this very narrow island. That was a fantastic approach from being down there in that ditch. There's so many trees she had to get through.
She also has an uphill component on that shot.
An eagle look for Katrina Allen. And she gets it.
Great stretch there in the last 3 holes. The last time that I played this course, 2017, Katrina Allen won, and I tied for second with Henna Blomroos. To take the solo lead, Henna, eagle on 16.
Gannon, the long look. Count it. From deep in circle 2, Missy Gannon able to find the bottom of the basket as she has had some struggles today.
Her longest putt by far there, 52 feet. I would say at the moment, that was a tester putt for Kristen. I know she just hit a very solid putt on the previous hole, but still, she is not stringing together those confident putts like we typically see. So I'm sure she's overthinking.
Let's take a look at the 14th, which actually changed this year, didn't it, JK?
The basket moves a little bit to the left. We're still throwing over a valley through a tight gap. These 2 big trees on the right are about 200 feet from the tee. It takes a very accurate shot to be in the open when trying to fly towards the green. We just saw Kristen be a little bit shy of the line and hit the rough on the left. The basket has moved far enough to the left that you can't see it from the tee. You used to be able to see this one. It was more of a direct line. Now you kind of want to throw straight and have something overstable fade at the end.
I would have loved to see that finish. It looked like it was about to break and hyzer back to the pin, but that low ceiling catches her and leaves her short. I was hoping that would sneak through.
I think that was inches from being in the circle, but unfortunately cannot fight its way through those branches. Evelina also catching the left-hand side.
And again, we'll talk about elevation. A downhill tee shot for Kristen. She's going big.
This is filtering left or sliding off to that side. And will she catch inbounds? It doesn't look that she has. And she'll be out just by a few inches.
And will she get the lie from that second inbounds area? May have caught the corner.
May still have a rare OB birdie look, if so. Lamros to the tee of 17. She knows she put too much on it, turning it to the right. She's going to keep it safe, but from there, she'll have a decision as to if she wants to be aggressive at all on the putt or if that's just a layup. We know how much that one slopes down toward the OB.
I was so worried about those branches for Silva, but she finds a window through.
Yes. Cadence looks to be getting into position, and I want to throw it out to you, Nate Perkins, and ask, hole 14 is one of the few changes I feel like we saw this year. Do you have any insight or any story to the change on the 14th?
You know, it's one of those slight changes, but it completely changes the dynamic of the shape, right? You used to have to throw, for the right-hand backhand, a shot that flipped late in the flight and continued drifting, or a big power forehand. You used to be able to see the basket. Now it's blind, and it's asking for that power flex with the right-hand backhand, something overstable. So I honestly think that for a lot of players, it might have made the hole just a half stroke easier, because a lot of players love that overstable flex that finishes left.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, as that it's become easier as we're heading to Sofia on the 15th. She started to string some birdies together and looking to pick up one here. At one point, she had 6 bogeys in a row, and now she's trying to fight back. She's got an eagle look. Henna, really no doubt about that. That's going to be a layup for her. And she was outside of circle 2, so sitting at roughly 70 feet. It's the only logical play. Evelina, green light, but not quite enough.
And I would say this is one of the safest baskets to go for on the course. There is a hill behind. It is flat land where the basket is. So green light all day from that distance.
And so Kristen is on the short side. That's where she was last inbounds. And now just outside of bullseye. So she should still get up and down and save the par.
Tester putt here for Silva. Maybe not.
Well, looks like an A on that test. Confidence as well by Rachel. She remains 2 back of our hot score. She sits at 3 under. Caden's still looking for her second birdie of the round.
Very few birdies there for Evelina.
Blomroos can extend her lead 18. Sophia for eagle. Yes.
Birthday girl picking it up in the back 9. In front of an amazing Finnish crowd. That's a tough hole to keep it in bounds from the tee shot, but to get the birdie on the elevated pin.
An eagle, actually, as it's the par 4.
I said a different kind of bird. Yeah, sorry. My brain said eagle. My mouth said birdie. And we're starting to see a world champion creep into the mix. Katrina Allen, 1 down, tie for 7th. But we talked about it at the top of the show. There's a lot of contenders. There's a lot of names we can throw into the hat of who will win at the end of the week. And right now, to see that leaderboard, just one player with world titles out of the top 10. The worst spot to be on the fairway is in those trees.
Yeah, she was laying up to the short side, missed that line. There is an OB that comes into play on the left pretty quickly, so that kind of feels like it pushes you to the right.
Yeah, and as they're throwing downhill, it does push and pull the discs to that left side. They're trying to aim for that shadow down there where the spotter is. And landing in those bushes, if you go far enough and you don't see the basket, it's likely you will see them lay up again on that short side.
Yeah, I think Rachel has to lay up.
Scoggins teeing off on the 17th. And she's going to get a roll. Does it stop? It does. And a bullseye for Owen Scoggins. Or right on the edge at least.
You can go big off the tee of 18, but again, left and right. The fairway is lined with OB, and that is just huge.
What?
Sometimes with the big shot, you can get behind those pine trees and not get rewarded, but Henna's in a perfect spot. This looks like trouble.
It's going to skip. OB left. Saladin will still have a chance at birdie when we return.
Huipputason kilpailuista aloitteleviin pelaajiin, naisten tukemisesta uusien ratojen rakentamiseen. PDGA Europe on enemmän kuin pelkkä kilpaileminen. Tutustu osoitteessa pdga.com/join ja auta lajin kasvua.
Hi everyone, I'm Katrina Allen on behalf of Team DGA. We're going to talk to you today about the release of my Typhoon in the Atmos plastic. First reaction to the Atmos Typhoon, it has the dome of the Protos, it has the grip of the First Flights, but these are a little stiffer and I think they're prettier. That flies so good. In addition to the Typhoon, we're also releasing the Sonar and the Quake in the ultra premium Atmos plastic.
And Owen has birdied the last 3 holes in a row. And looking for her 4th to potentially close out with 4 in a row. And Owen Scoggins certainly in the mix here. This is a low release coming from Kristen. And that's going to force the layup before she goes over to the green. Birdie still very much in play, but eagle no longer a possibility for her. Green flag for Hanley, so she'll be inbounds, although looked frustrated with the effort. And Rachel ultimately just pitching out.
Rachel pitches out to the fairway as expected. She's still pretty short, so there's some length required and of course a lot of OB to think about on this shot.
Inside the circle, but on the edge of it with a raised basket, you really'd like to be closer than that.
Absolutely, especially if you're trying to save your par.
And Silva will pitch no more than 30 or 40 feet out into the center of the fairway. Still the opportunity, of course, to get up and down for the par, but really just not the place to be off the 15. Scoggins looking to finish with 4 consecutive birdies, and she's done just that. She fights herself all the way back to a 3 under par after birdieing her final 4. Love the line by Ella, and it's going to fight back, and green flag on the 18.
Absolutely perfect drive. You couldn't put it in a better spot. See how big Henna gets up the hill. It would take a lot to get to the pin. I think that is perfectly placed. Keeps it safe. I think you're always bringing it close to OB on that second shot.
Should be a guaranteed birdie for her to close out. And meanwhile, Kristen with one of the most terrible approach shots she could have thrown.
There's no reason to hug that OB line if you're laying up. An extra 10 feet on the distance to the pin makes no difference.
She paused. She didn't think she quite had enough on it, but left side corner pocket, she gets it to fall. Saarinen for par. Burge, a birdie look. Nice confident putting stroke. She'll go to 1 over on the round. Fighting back. And Evelina will tap in. Hole number 16. So dangerous yet so fun to watch. We'll be right back.
Legends built it. The next generation is elevating it. The most dominant team in disc golf history just got deeper. World champions, record breakers, the future of the game, united under one banner. This isn't just competition, it's a legacy in motion. This is the next chapter. Discraft, built for flight.
And we're taking a look here at our birdie zone on the 16th.
So I'm assuming the purple is supposed to be the eagle zone. I'd say the purple is where you have an opportunity to get the bird or to go for the green into, though the green is quite small. We've had 5 or 6 eagles already today. You wouldn't know just how precise you have to be on that shot towards the green.
Gannon doesn't put enough on it.
So it's always something to talk about on an island hole or any hole with that you're throwing over OB. Missy just threw the number 1 disc that would get her to the basket. Now she's throwing number 2. And the more you throw OB, the less confident you're going to be in the discs you're throwing.
Not only does she can't just fly over the green, she has to land on the green and stay safe to be able to move up to the green. That doesn't do it. She's got to rethrow from where she's at.
And we have seen a 10 on this hole today, so big numbers are so possible.
Too much again for Gannon. She's gone OB long.
Now she does have the option to turn and throw an upshot to the right to get her closer to the green before going for the green. But of course, it's hard to change your plan in the middle of the game.
And it doesn't appear that the distance is the problem. In fact, she's just putting too much on it. She needs to back off slightly.
But the thing is, when you're coming in at that angle, you're coming in with a hyzer and you're probably going to get skipped. If you go towards the other layup area, there you are. Now you're coming in with the angle on the green as a backstop. So it's a lot easier to get to it, not just because of the distance, because of the topography.
And that will be the layup. So she will have a tap-in birdie on the 18th.
And with the addition of those hay bales lining the front of the island, these players are forced and kind of scared to throw higher on that hillside to make sure that they're getting into the island, but that those skips are very fast, and that hillside, the top of the hill, is not stopping them. Kristen has already thrown one OB from the safe side. This is her fourth shot. Keeps this one safe. Her first attempt at the island stays safe, which is a rare feat. To go OB on the fairway is, especially on the second shot, I was pretty shocked to see that. You can see how it opens up here at the farthest point. The farther you throw down this fair side, the shorter that shot to the island will be.
As we heard earlier, the yellow stake indicating just 50 meters to the pin. This is pushing right, and that's not going to be enough.
I'm not sure why she's not throwing a backhand here that falls into the hill.
Well, she corrects the mistake, and this time is on the island. Wondering why she didn't just do that the first time. Holland, left side, is it too much?
Man, that looks so good to me.
Just barely. So Holland will be throwing again. Perkins, you've been out here watching this action, and what are the emotions you're feeling? We can only imagine what the players are feeling, but what are you feeling watching this?
It's one of those things where you just can't take your eyes off of it, but at the same time, you don't want to watch it, right? I really think that as Holland makes the island right there, makes the correction, and I really feel like Missy Gannon's chance at a world title are now gone. I think she's throwing her 13th shot right now. I think she's throwing her 13th shot, and that's short. That needs to go. Okay, it's up, it's in, it's a bullseye, but that's a 14. That's 9 strokes over par added to her already, I think 3 or 4 over. So it's just one of those things you really can't come back from double digits over. It's really hard to watch, and she's handling it with class.
And Hannah Blumrose is in with a 6 under 60 during the opening round, and she's your new solo leader.
I don't know about you, but my stomach is in my throat after watching hole 16 and knowing what can happen to a player. You know, even the best round, you have to make it through 16. Henna got an eagle, and think of the strokes that she has made up on this card.
Kristen had 1 OB stroke, and it will ultimately result in a bogey on the 16th. I was setting up thinking that she was still going to be able to get away with the par, but it looks like bogey for Kristen. Hanley now for bogey. Just outside of bullseye. Burge, tee of 16. Not often do we see players go to the right of that initial gap.
I'm not sure that was intended.
I was thinking the same. And Gannon up ahead on the green is tapping in for a 14. which are words you never hope to hear as a disc golfer. And Kristen in for the bogey. Back to Rachel.
With that path skip, gets a little extra carry down the fairway. That's about a 350-foot drive. And from there, it's about the same distance to the pin.
And this too goes out to the right side. Evelina, with plenty of power, still will be able to find a position that's workable, but not convinced that was intentional either.
I'm not really sure. This hole 16, 222 meters, 728 feet, par 5. There is a wide right to left sweeping feel to this first shot. The landing zone is generous if you're short, but it gets a little tighter as you become more aggressive. Of course, if you want to go for the eagle, you need to be aggressive. You need to get over that road as far left as possible. Then you make a decision. Do you go for the green or do you turn to the right and throw to the landing zone? We saw Kristen just a bit ago go early on the landing zone and take an unnecessary penalty there. Regardless, as you go towards the green, you must land safely on the green before you can actually go to the island. If you hit the island and skip OB, you take it back in the other fairway.
So I do not doubt the play of you throw up to that pathway, then you throw your next shot to this wide open landing area.
Yep, that's a great spot. She's not up to the edge, so she's not as close as she could be, but she's got the benefit of the land sloping up behind the pin.
A layup coming from Salonen.
That's fading left too.
That you just cannot do that.
An unforced error right there.
She's probably not used to laying up. She probably goes for this one most of the time. That drive was really quite short by her standards.
And you know that the likelihood to throw OB on this next shot is so high that you have to keep these shots in bounds. These first two shots need to stay safe. You don't know what's going to happen after that. And there just has to be such a huge emphasis on this hole for these players. Again, it's this huge hurdle you have to get through to finish this round, and you know big numbers can happen, so play it safe. Really, you have to execute each shot. Hole 17, Kristen with a beautiful drive. Wow, and she's close.
I was worried that was going to hit the trees on the right-hand side, but she just skimmed by him and had a beautiful shot to the green. I almost feel like we've had a little bit of a bait and switch here on 16 because throughout the day we've been seeing all these people eagle this hole. I'm thinking, my goodness, everybody's doing so well. But of course, they're just showing us
most of the highlights.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of people on this course right now following, spectating, but the crowd is the biggest around this feature card. I see everybody watching hole 16 right now. And Evelina with the miss, she is well short of that ideal landing zone, which puts you about 150 feet from that island. now being short and throwing OB, this is a much longer shot.
This looks good. A near bullseye hit for Evelina Salonen. She will limit the damage after the errant second shot.
When you see that disc land and stay on the island, every player has a huge sigh of relief.
Turton looking for a carbon copy of what she just saw from Evelina. And I like this as well. And she is just barely deep of the pin. Just shy of 200 feet to the pin for Cadence. This looks a little light, and it is.
And much like when you're playing a course with a lot of water, how you bring a lot of backup discs, I'm hoping these players have a lot of discs that they can throw on this shot. It might be needed.
Too much.
Silva,
out of bounds for Saarinen.
Silva's known for throwing very straight and almost low because she's not letting the hyzer finish towards the basket, fade towards the basket. So here you've got those hay bales. You've got to get above the hay bales. She knows that, but then there's very little room height-wise to not then go long of the basket.
I thought it was just.
So you can see how much more room there is on the left side of this island to land. Everywhere else is inside the circle. That OB is very close to the pin.
This is going to be short as well. Oh, but it barely gets over the top. I thought it was going to hit a hay bale, and instead it does clear, so she's on the green. She's going to go all the way up to the edge. You could really take this back as far back as you'd want if you wanted some other angle or a particular distance, but she's going to go just to the edge. And again, it's going to be the speed, and this time she's online. Exactly what was required. After the brutal 16th, Missy heads to the tee of 17, looking for a bounce back. Low line drive, just wanting it to drift down into the left. Let the gravity and the ground play do the work, and that's a solid shot coming back after such a brutal previous hole. Salonen for par.
It's so shocking. It's to leave us literally speechless in the booth to see her just completely miss, and then other times just hit dead center. It is. I don't think she knows if it's going to go in or not.
She knows she left another one on the putting green. Meanwhile, textbook birdie by Turton.
Is it shocking to you that hole 16 leads in scores that have been double bogey or worse? No. But a lot of players haven't been able to score.
Kristen for birdie. Just after seeing a couple of really solid putts that were dead center, good pace, speed, height, everything, that one, even though slightly uphill, looked short and tentative. And not often can you say you've gone and saved yourself 12 strokes between two holes, going from the 14 all the way down to the 2. What a bounce back for Missy Gannon. Our outright leader is Henna Blomroos. She shot 6 under and she caught up with Brian Earhart. Take it away.
Joining us now in the clubhouse, Henna Blomroos, 6 under par effort out here at the Beast to start off the World Championships. That's got to feel pretty good. How satisfied with the round are you?
I think it's okay. I could do better. I had a couple birdie putts there that I didn't make, but I think six down is okay. And before the round, I told JB six down is gonna be okay.
Couple of bogeys out there, 4 and 12. Kind of tell us what's tricky about those holes and what went wrong today.
The first bogey I took because bad upshot, and I went to pretty bad place. But I mean, those holes are pretty hard, maybe hardest on the course. It's easily bogey or birdie or anything can happen on those holes. So bogey is not the worst.
Well, you got the eagle on 16, which it feels like a lot of players are struggling on. You got the 3. Can you talk about 16 and the feelings you get stepping up to that second shot?
Is it eagle? Is it par 5?
It's a par 5 for them.
Oh, okay, that's new. I didn't know that. I have played that hole so many times. I know what to do there. So I was a little bit nervous throwing that second shot, but made it to the island. So yeah, it was a great moment.
Last question, 5-round tournament. It's a lot of downtime after your rounds. How do you spend that time in between rounds?
My family is here, so with them and friends and everything, I'm trying to relax. We have pretty early tea time, so we have time to relax and go eat and everything during the day.
Well, Henna, great start to the tournament. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Frustration coming from Saarinen after the low tee shot on the 17th.
With those birch trees lining that right-hand side, it forces players to throw a more straight shot. And then with the sloping fairway down to the left, it is tough to keep your disc on the fairway. A nice Anheuser shot there from Evelina, keeps her high on that hillside. This has to be one of the hardest par 3s. It's a very tough tee shot to hit to get the birdie.
And Kristen, with her drive off the 18th, puts her in position here for her second shot, and this looks like it's pushing long, but does it come back in? It does, so she's safe. She'll have an opportunity to get up and down from there, trying to collect birdie to close out.
And we are at the top of the screen there, that big white tent. That's where our booth is. So we have the best seats in the house, I gotta say. it is just a spectacular view looking down on the competitors throwing hole 18, hole 17, and the crowd is just building as the day goes on. And you see that so often here on these approaches because that hill is so steep down to the OB. Players leave it short, but this isn't one of those situations where you get that extra skip. The grass will catch you and keep you short. Now you're left with a very scary downhill putt.
Scary for
OB.
me, yes. Silva, not so scary.
It'll be a moment to see her go for that putt and to see if she's still so confident. That'll tell me a lot of how she's feeling this week. As Evelina lays up. And this is one of those situations. If Rachel hits metal but does not go in, it can roll back down to her feet.
Did you see how she took that back? She took her line. You don't have to be perpendicular. You can go on an arc. She took it back so that she's behind circle 1, so she can follow through now.
To save par. Yes. And as you were pointing out, such a great notice there, Juliana, is the fact that she maybe wanted that step putt, feeling comfortable at the, we'll say, 10.5 meter position as opposed to just inside the circle. And Silva catches right side.
Of course she's going for it, but she was close to spitting out and bouncing out those right side chains.
A birdie for Burge. Kristen will be in a similar spot to where we saw Kat Murch earlier. So a chance here to finish out with birdie. If she can do so, she'll get back to even par. Everyone is scattering around, trying to find the best angle, and we've got Nate Perkins out there in the fairways. Nate, interactions with the crowd, what are you feeling out there?
Well, this year I've really been enjoying kind of staying by the players, staying by the tee pad. I feel like I see a little bit more of the golf that way, and I don't think I'm going to be able to do that this Worlds. I think that there's just too many fans out here, and I'm struggling to find a good spot, so I think I am going to have to stay down in the fairway to get a view to be able to send back to you guys. And yeah, this has been a wild day one, right? Dreams aren't made on day one, but dreams are certainly broken.
And Kristen trying to get within 6, and doesn't take much time. That one in to the elevated green, elevated basket, not a problem. Closing out with birdie. So Kristen will be 6 back of our leader. Hanley will be 9 back of our leader. And Missy Gannon will finish with back-to-back birdies after the struggle on the 16th. Comes back, gets 17 and 18, excuse me, for birdie. Now the tee of 18 with Burge. Out of bounds.
On this tee shot, there is a mandatory that forces players to throw on that left-hand side. These backhand players are trying to throw something soft and lofty to make sure it's not getting too crazy once it gets around those trees. But you can see how narrow the visual is for these players to try and look at that landing spot. Great option to throw the forehand. Rachel gets around those trees, and that's a nice landing zone.
Safe tee shot for Saarinen. What a beautiful turn. And that will be ideal positioning for Evelina Salonen. You see how aggressive she wants to be. I think she can get all the way to the pin on her second shot. I don't doubt the distance. It's a matter of does she have the right angle for it. As we take a look at some of our favorites coming into this event, and you see the struggles that they have had. Seeing really a lack of birdies more than anything in Kristen and Evelina. Holland did have a few more birdies than the rest. Missy finishing with 4 birdies in the last 5 holes. Unfortunately, hole 16, though, got her for more than double digits. Kristen is the favorite according to the odds. Silva next best. And Holland along with Evelina. So 4 of our top 5 struggling mightily here during round number 1. Of course, 72 holes to play after today.
Rachel is trying to throw to the corner. As she goes over the OB to try and land on the landing strip, and she's safe. That's a beautiful shot. That was no safe layup. That was an aggressive layup to get her that extra distance. And you could see down here on that corner, those pine trees can really come into play. So maybe Rachel was thinking about that, and even with a good layup, she could be pinched off with those trees and prevent her next shot. There are just so many different strategies that you can take on this hole.
As we're closing out, and the last few holes have been commercial free. This is what we call crunch time. Cadence, by our view, didn't look like she cleared, but she certainly did as she gets the green flag.
It is an absolute privilege to turn around in my seat and watch this live. I mean, that was as close as it gets. She hit that tall grass in the OB area, but got enough spin to carry her safe. Very fortunate to be in bounds. It's another one of those kind of snake pit areas where you can keep throwing OB over and over.
Silva looking to land somewhere in the area of where we just saw Turton finish, and that's short, but somehow carries over in bounds, and she's not necessarily relieved. That was an errant shot by her that she got away with.
Yeah, she did not need to keep that so far on the right-hand side. She had more room to play with.
And the landing area that they're trying to hit is maybe 30 feet wide. So it is tough to be flying over and trying to hit it safe. So scaring them to throw it short and low. She's going big. It's gotta come back. And the coolest backdrop to be aiming for. She's throwing uphill toward a scoreboard and then hyzering it back to the pin. What an advantage to have so much power on hole 18.
They're going to continue to move up the fairway. We see our man Nate Perkins. Nate, give us some final thoughts here before you're going to have interviews to conduct after the round. What do you got for us to close us out?
Yeah, it was a big shot right there, and you can just feel the energy in the crowd. I mean, we felt it a week and a half ago with Kristen and the favoritism there in her home country, and it's even to a greater degree here with Evelina and Silva. And I think we're going to feel that later with Nicholas as well on one of the feature cards. It's a special context. We've never really had it before, and it's only day one, and we already feel it.
Appreciate you as taking a look. UC Maresma recently inducted into the World Hall of Fame, Disc Golf World Hall of Fame, and our event director here this week. And Rachel will ultimately trickle out of bounds on the left side. She'll have a short putt, but she will add a stroke to the scorecard with the OB.
Straight uphill from here, so this requires a lot of power. Again, aim for that scoreboard.
And your perfectly placed drive coming from Cadence Burge.
That can be so scary throwing that straight uphill, but Silva knows her disc better than anybody. It's going to continue flying straight. Beautiful shot outside the bullseye.
A birdie by Silva will put her on the lead card for round two. Rachel on the lead card as well. If both of those things happen, then Ida Letamaki will be pushed off the lead card. She'll be on the top of the chase card. We'll have Henna and Silva. That's assuming both of them make their putts. Evelina for eagle. Just barely short. Two near perfect drive sets her up. Fortunately, the putter lets her down. Turton for a spot on the lead card tomorrow, and she's done it. Oh, and that just barely slides back in and stays in for Cadence. Silva in. Also a spot on lead card tomorrow. And a birdie finish for Evelina Salonen. And the gallery will move into position as our round one of FPO action is complete.
Okay, are you gonna wave?
Yeah, I could wave. We're off on the right side of those buildings, of those three. Hannah Blomroos, your leader at the moment. And we were fortunate enough to catch up with Kristen Lett after her round. Take it away, Brian.
Kristen Lott joins us now after round one of the World Championships. +1 effort on the day. Can you just talk about the performance out there and how the round went?
Yeah, I mean, I have the same problems I've had for a long time, so nothing has changed, unfortunately. So, yeah, didn't feel good at all, didn't sleep at all, so it's a hard week for me.
So then moving into the rest of the week, what are you going to plan to do between the rounds?
I don't even know. I just want to survive, honestly. Like, it's been so hard. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can like finish the tournament or I cannot. I don't know, because I have so severe anxiety that it's very hard to cope.
Well, Kristen, thank you so much for just giving us your time after round one. We'll see you tomorrow.
Wow, certainly crazy to see and to hear, and feeling everything for Kristen out there. She finishes with an even par. She's in a tie for 9th, but clearly all of that is the last thing on her mind.
It seems like we're adding insult to injury when you interview a person for having a bad round instead of having a good round.
We've done it in the past. I mean, because Kristen is one of the best in the world. I mean, we talk about it so much of how much pressure there is being at the top, and when you're not playing your best, there's so much that other people are saying. There's so much going on in your own mind. We've talked to Kristen when she's had bad rounds, but it has never been a moment like that. I mean, I was holding back tears because you got to feel for her.
Absolutely, absolutely. And she is in the spotlight 100% of the time. She cannot hide from this.
Yeah, and wild to see that all after just round number one, even mentioning that she doesn't know if she'll be able to finish the week. We're going to have more analysis and breakdown. We're going to have also our OTB shot of the day, all of that and more on the other side when we come back.
Hey, aren't you Anthony Barella?
Yes, sir. Try out this Venom.
Thanks, man.
Man, this is the best disc ever. 1,000
Hey, hurry up, man. You're taking forever.
Sorry, man. No 30-second rule here. What about that 100% off player discount?
sort of like prove to myself that I still got it. Whatever is meant to happen with me will happen. And what I want wants me even more, so I just have to be open to receive it.
At the Paul Macbeth Foundation, we're obsessed with one thing: making disc golf more accessible to people around the world. But here's the thing, we can't do this alone. This September 20th, we're trying something massive. It's called Throw for More. Here's how it works. You get sponsors, play as much disc golf as you can, and every hole brings the sport to someone new. UDisc believes in what we're doing so much, they're donating 10 cents for every single round played that day. Your rounds on September 20th, they count. Register at throwformore.com.
We are here. We are one. We will fight. We will fall. We will prevail. From the fjords of Norway to the shores of Spain, from the fire of Iceland to the hope of Ukraine, 30 countries, one voice. Go Europe.
Round one of our 2025 PDGA Pro Worlds has concluded, and we're going to take a look at our Innova Hot Round as we open Tournament Central, and Henna Blomroos shoots 6 under. She said to her caddy, JP, we're talking about Jonathan Poole of Innova, she said 6 under would be good. Well, that's what she went out and shot. So maybe tomorrow she should tell him 10 under would be good, and she could go out and manifest that. Kat Murch having a solid day out there, along with Silva Sarnen, and rounding our lead card, Rachel Turton, all shooting 4 under.
And what's most shocking to me, in that top 10, nobody has a world title. So this could be the year we see another new champion.
Well, Silva Sarnen would love to collect her first world title after picking up a major last weekend. She has a rare opportunity to go back-to-back majors within 3 weeks of each other, and she caught up with Nate Perkins after the round. Here's what she had to say.
All right, joining us now in the clubhouse, Silva Sarnen, 4 under par opening effort at the World Championships. How satisfied with 4 under par are you today?
I would say it's fine. Nothing special, but it's good enough for today.
When it comes to this course, what is the big focus for you? What do you try to do to score well out here? What holes do you feel like you have to get over to score well?
Maybe just stay in bounds. It helps a lot.
Well, you putted phenomenally today. 14 of 14. I saw you hit a great putt on 17. When you practice putting for the World Championships, what do you focus on when you're on the putting green?
Just make as much putts as I can.
So
nothing else.
Yeah, no technique, nothing.
No.
Just try to put them in the basket.
No.
Well, tomorrow we're going to the Tamperé Disc Golf Center. What's your strategy out there?
Sorry?
What is the strategy? How do you play that course?
I don't know. Need to hit those tighter caps there.
Well, Silva, great round, great start. We'll see you tomorrow, round number 2.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, hearing from Silva, one of the things she said that it may seem all too obvious to us, but when you look at the scores, it's easier said than done. And she said, just keep it in bounds. She only had 2 OB strokes on the day. I was looking at some of the other holes out there where 33 people had gone out of bounds on some of these holes, or 27 OB strokes or whatever. They were just thrown around all over the place. We saw Missy Gannon and others struggle, of course, mightily on 16. But a very simple game plan, keep it in bounds, maybe let the birdies just come to you is maybe the reaction there. Is there anything that you took away from what she shared with us?
Well, she's so matter of fact, you know, she doesn't really have highs and lows, which is, I think, to her advantage.
I would say that the funniest thing is that hit the fairways. Tomorrow she's going to hit those tighter lines, and for putting, her tip is just throw it in the basket.
Yeah.
So, if we keep it as simple as that, we can shoot another, I don't know, over 1,000 rated round. I don't know. In our day, if you shot 1,000 rated round, you would be ecstatic. Like,
You were
that
celebrating, yes.
Absolutely. And it's a great score today, keeps her in the mix, and she's going to ride that momentum from what we saw in the last major.
Well, for her and a few others, it's just another day at the office. Well, Rachel Turton had a solid day out there today. We were able to catch up with her after her round, but first we're going to take a look at the scorecard and see how she arrived at that 4 under. Right now, we're seeing that she's going to be on the lead card for tomorrow. Very impressive. And look what she did on the back 9, keeping it clean. And I'm already looking ahead to round 4 and to round 5. We finished the tournament here, and you're leaving the course right now, seeing that you finished out strong on the back half. Pretty impressive what she did there. We'll see what she's going to do when it comes to rounds 4 and 5 out here. But Rachel Turton, 100% C1X putting today, and also just 2 out of bounds. So impressive. Here's what she had to say after the round.
Now in the clubhouse, Rachel Turton, 4 under par opening day at the World Championships. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, you know, it's a really great start. My past couple of tournaments kind of had a soggy first round, so I'm really happy to come out the gates kind of firing. Didn't make too many mistakes, and when I did, they were minimal, I guess, and I was like able to scramble for either par or a single bogey. So pretty happy with the round overall. Yeah, looking forward to the rest of the week.
4 under, very solid score right now. I want to key in on hole number 4. Everyone I've interviewed today has had a struggle on that hole.
Yeah.
Can you kind of explain what's tricky about hole 4?
It's just a tight gap to hit. Like if you throw in a backhand, then you're going to fade out. So you kind of want to throw a turnover, and if you turn over too much, then you're going to roll down the hill. I went forehand because normally that like skips me up the hill a little bit, and then I have a pretty good shot in. But I guess I was just maybe a little bit overcommitted and ended up left. And then it's kind of tricky from when you're down on that path there. But things to clean up for tomorrow. It's not too bad.
The back 9 went great. Birdies on 10, 11, 13, and 16. I was asking Henna Blomroos, who got the 3 on it today, what is it like standing over that second shot now that you get the penalty having to come back if you miss?
Yeah, for me, that's just I tell myself, like, you're just going to lay it up. Even when I get there and I'm like, oh, I'm only 90 meters to the basket, that's a really easy shot. I know how badly that can go if you miss. So for me, I'm just playing for the ball.
Well, tomorrow, last question. You're going to the Tom Pro Disc Golf Center. A lot of players saying it's one of their favorite courses in the world. What is it for you?
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's a really beautiful, beautiful course. Everywhere you look, it's just absolutely stunning. So no matter how the golf is going, you're just enjoying yourself, having a great time. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, fantastic start to the tournament. We'll see you out there tomorrow.
Thank you.
Of course, you have to enjoy listening to her recap her round and just the excitement, the enthusiasm. She's also sitting in a great position. The 2 OB strokes that I was talking about earlier, those just came in the last 2 holes. So played solid all throughout. Easy to let a few of them slip away on these very difficult finishing holes. But I even have to update. They have to update one of the stats. She said she was 0 for 2 from circle 2. We saw her make that putt on the 17th, so she was actually 1 for 2. A very impressive day out there. Looks like she's looking forward to heading to the other course as well, though.
The other course is amazing, and you could hear the joy in her voice just from playing well today, and she's going to carry that through to tomorrow, and hopefully she'll have a good day tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and I'll continue on with that. I mean, what you need to win the World Championship is a little bit of belief, a little bit of a positive mindset, and just hearing from the last 2. I mean, Henna sounding very confident. Rachel, she's excited to be here, but she's also playing very well. I mean, that can keep her in contention, as opposed to the interview from Kristen, where she is not believing in herself. There's too much pressure at the moment. It's going to be really hard for a player with that mindset to come back. So these players that have these positive thoughts, I'm going to be looking at them to continue to succeed.
Well, and we know that Henna has had some successes out here. She is still looking for her first ever major, and she is one of the highest finishing players that we've ever seen that has yet to capture a major title. She had a good day out here today. Let's take a look at some of the highlights that we've seen from Henna and other things that she's been doing in round number 1. She shoots the hot round at 6 under. And we're seeing a little different motion. She's always kind of still playing with her putt. She, like her good friend Evelina, have talked about some of the struggles. They're very apparent, but constantly trying to figure something out to get that putt online. That's her only hindrance.
We saw a couple of misses today, but they were online instead of being right or left, so they're hitting the basket and staying nice and close.
And it's really always about the drives and how accurate Henna can be with her fairway shots. For her, if she misses a putt or two for birdie, it's like every day. She doesn't get too frustrated about it, where I feel like that could be an advantage at some point. I mean, we saw it out of Evelina last year. Lots of missed putts in that final round, but she still knew that she could do it if she set her mind to it with those great drives.
Yeah, and conversely, what we saw are some of our favorites, so to speak, some of the ones that we expect to be there on the lead or chase card, struggled mightily today in a lot of different ways. We saw poor tee shots, we saw poor putting, we saw a little bit of everything, and we take a look at some of those people we're referencing. Kristen still fights her way back to an even par on the day, but Evelina shoots 3 over, as does Holland Hanley, and then of course Missy Gannon with the huge number on hole number 16 would lead her to a 10 over. I'll ask, is there a chance? Can she fight back over the next 72 holes?
Oh, goodness. Well, I think she can fight back to top 10. Can she fight back to being in contention for the win? Boy, I don't think so.
So here's a story that happened in Finland, right around this area. I know it's a different era, it was a different course, but I got an 11 on a hole. And after that hole, I didn't let it get me down, and I literally said out loud to my group, because it was pretty embarrassing, but I said, wouldn't it be funny if I won this tournament? And the competition is much deeper these days, and maybe this is too huge of a deficit, but I think, coming out of a crazy hole like that, that somebody else can make a big mistake like that, and you're right in the mix if you keep your mind in it.
Certainly anything is possible. That's something that makes our major so special, or I should say the World Championship as a major, is that we have the 5 rounds, and today is just one of those. We'll be back here for the final 2 rounds, so mistakes that were made can certainly be corrected, and like you said, somebody else could come out and make similar mistakes. But a very, very wild day here in our opening round at the World Championships. Kristen, we're hoping the best for her, and that she can just maintain, or should I say maybe even address some of the emotions and challenges that she's going through. I'm going to say it's wild to see that much out of her on day one. We've seen sometimes there's been struggles, and she'll openly share things with us, but coming right off the course, right after round 1,
Admitting that she wasn't sure she was going to be able to finish the tournament.
Yeah. The fact that it's already in her head, right?
That was mind-blowing for me to hear.
Yeah. Well, with that, we can all take a deep breath. We can also reset. We're going to go to the other course tomorrow. We're going from the beast to the monster. I don't know how scared I should be when I'm over here in Finland, but the beast to the monster. Excited for that. We have one task left today, and that is our OTB, only the best shot of the day. Let's hear some contenders, some thoughts.
I would love to see it going to Rachel. She projected the most joy, and I really loved the thought that she put into the putt to save par on 17. Instead of going towards the basket, she took it away from the basket, keeping her just outside of circle 1, and then she made that step-through putt.
Yeah, so not only the great shot, but the vibes with it is what you're going after. I love it. What do you got, Val?
I know there was a basket hit on hole 8. Wasn't it also Rachel?
Yeah, okay.
So I think Rachel's got pretty good odds at the moment. Missy Gannon hit that huge 50-foot putt over on hole 14, I believe it was. There was a lot of good shots. I know we saw a lot of low lights there in that last package, but there were a lot of great shots.
I love the drive by Rachel Turton. So we're sticking with the same theme. Rachel Turton's drive on 11, where she put it underneath the pin and had the easy tap in. I like that as well. So
Team Rachel.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. Let's take a look. This is our first OTB, only the best shot of the day. Let's roll it. Hole number 11, the tee shot by Rachel Turton.
11. I said hole 8, but yes, this is the hole that I was thinking about. Just absolutely parked underneath the pin. One of the best drives we saw all day on this hole. Well, the best, obviously.
Only the best by our friends over at OTB. And congratulations to Rachel Turton on an incredible round, the 4 under, and also a lead card position for day number 2. When we come back to you guys tomorrow, we'll have that action starting at 9 a.m. local to us here in Finland. And so for Nate Perkins out on the ground, as well as Brian Earhart, for Valerie Jenkins and Juliana Korver, I'm Terry Miller. We'll see you this afternoon at 2:30 as we kick off on the MPO side here at the Pro World Championships presented by Discmania. We'll see you then.
Go up the stairs and over and around and end up in top.
A lot of